Hey there, everybody. This is Kelly Danforth, Chancellor at Arkansas State University, and welcome to the 2020 version of Create at State. You know, one of the things that makes Arkansas State distinctive among other research universities is the extent to which our students and our faculty members work together outside of the classroom in an intensive research experience. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Whenever I talk to students about who are thinking about coming to Arkansas State, it's one of the things I point to as a real point of distinction about A-State. I know that normally we would all be meeting together in one big room. We'd be in the ballroom, there'd be posters all over the place, and there'd be a lot of energy around that. But I was really excited that Emily Devereaux, who has a lot of oversight over this area, decided to try to make this happen in a face-to-face, not in a face-to-face situation, but in a virtual environment. And I'm pleased to see that so many students, faculty, and alumni have also decided to engage as well. We have 150 students or so making presentations, about 50 faculty members who are serving as mentors and research colleagues, and then about 50 alumni who are serving as judges here. And so I want to thank all of you for participating in this. I look forward to, I'm going to be popping in and out of sessions to watch some of the research that's going on here. Thank you so much for making Create at State in 2020 as special as it's been in the past, and as it will be in the future as well. All right, enjoy your time at A-State, Create at State. Take care, bye.
Hello, I'm Emily Devereaux, Executive Director for Research and Technology Transfer and Student Research and Creativity. And I want to say welcome to our third and final day of Create at State, the Symposium for Student Research and Creativity. And thank you for joining us these past 2 days during our virtual symposium. Create at State is a year-long program of which A-State is committed to providing all students the opportunity to become involved with faculty-mentored research, creativity, and scholarly works. Whether you're a student that is on campus, off campus, online, traditional or non-traditional, we have a spot for you and an opportunity for you to become involved in faculty-mentored research and creativity. That's what something is special about Arkansas State, and one of our missions. We're committed to providing this, as we know that students who are involved in co-curricular hands-on activities within their disciplines are more likely to graduate and to go on to graduate and professional schools, and to keep growing your critical and creative thinking skills and learn to communicate in many ways. I believe this virtual symposium is just one example of that is provided to the students, in which they change their mode of presentation, of which was going to be face-to-face, into a new technology tool that they have graciously embraced, both the students and the faculty mentors alike. I'd also like to mention that, you know, with the Create at State face-to-face symposium that we were going to have this year, we had many online students that were going to be presenting over Zoom and other technology tools. But having this virtual symposium as a means to be able to carry out the Create at State symposium during this time that our nation is facing, all students have had to embrace that technology and learn new modes of communication and ways to disseminate their findings and to really reach the public. And we thank you, both our communities in and external to Arkansas State University, for being there for Create at State, not just during the symposium, but in the year-long program that we provide for our students. Many of you are engaged at many multiple levels. We thank our alumni, our stakeholders, the industry, those who mentor our students, those who hire our students, and those who really support our university and make it possible to keep growing our students' opportunities. I hope you enjoy this third day of Create at State, and that you will also join us on Friday for our virtual award ceremony at 2 p.m. Central. We will be giving out the web link details this week, so stay tuned, watch the A-State website, and as always, thank you for joining us today. Wolves up.
Greetings and welcome to the College of Agriculture and to Create at A-State. I am Dr. Bud Kennedy, Interim Dean of Agriculture. On behalf of the College of Ag faculty and staff, I congratulate our students for participating in Create at A-State, especially during these difficult times. I also commend Dr. Tom Risch, Ms. Emily Devereaux, and their whole team for efforts in successfully converting Create at A-State to the online format. This is just one more example of how we are adapting to the crisis brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of generous donations to our endowments, so far this year, we were able to provide over $70,000 for faculty and student development. This funding has allowed students and their faculty mentors to conduct research, buy equipment, and attend conferences. I am so happy to report that Ag faculty have collectively received over $1 million in research grants and published 79 scholarly works. These are very challenging times for all of us, but we will get through this together. As we look to the future and better days, we are especially excited that we were able to hire 3 new faculty members this year. Ms. Melissa Meyer, Instructor of Animal Science, Ms. Jerica Rich, soon to be Dr. Rich, Assistant Professor of Animal Science, and Dr. Ed Brown, Assistant Professor of Agronomy. And we hope to hire a new Assistant Professor of Agricultural Economics very soon. We have also hired a new Dean of our college, Dr. Mickey Latour, who will join us in July. We look forward to Dr. Latour's leadership, as well as the knowledge and skills our new faculty members will bring to our college. Together, we will move forward in very exciting ways. I'm also very happy to report that this year, we have had one of the highest veterinary school acceptance rates ever in the College of Agriculture. 5 of the 6 students who applied were accepted to veterinary school, and in most cases, received multiple offers. This high acceptance rate is a reflection of the quality of our students and our pre-veterinary program in the College of Agriculture. Speaking of veterinary medicine, you may have heard that A-State, with the help of a private partner, Adtalem Global Education, is exploring the possibility of starting a college of veterinary medicine. Naturally, we are very excited about what this means to our college, our university, our region, and our state. And I want you to know that the COA has a major leadership role in the development of this project. There is so much to look forward to here at A-State and the College of Agriculture. We offer majors and concentrations in agricultural economics, ag systems technology, ag education, animal science, and plant and soil science. If you're a student seeking a rewarding career in agriculture, I invite you to come join the College of Ag family at A-State. Together, we will revolutionize agriculture. For more information, visit our website at www.astate.agriculture and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at A-State COA. And remember that at A-State, every red wolf counts. Wolves up!
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Krob, and the title of my project is Spatial Variability of Plant Injury in Response from Lygus lineolaris Feeding in Mid-South Cotton. My mentors were Dr. Nallen and Dr. Teague. The large insect that I've circled is the Lygus lineolaris, or tarnished plant bug, and this will be the center of the talk today. There are 3 main concepts for this project. First, transgenic cotton seeds are very costly, so we want to figure out how to lower these seeding rates to increase farm profit. Secondly, tarnished plant bugs, or lygus, are key pests in Mid-South cotton. And third, the edge-of-field landscape features provide overwintering habitats and early spring hosts for lygus. So the third bullet point, I will explain if you follow my pointer. So this is the research field located in Manila, Arkansas. The wooded field edge are where the lygus overwinter. In the spring, they move into the crop field edge, which has early spring hosts So they have different weeds that the lygus will feed on. And then when the cotton forms floral buds, which is this that I've put a square around, the lygus will begin feeding on these buds. When the lygus feed on the buds, it causes them to be damaged and fall off. So the square will not develop into a cotton boll, so this can reduce yield. For this study, we had 3 different treatments. We had cover crop treatments, seeding rate treatments at 1.5 seed per foot of row, which is low, 3 seed per foot of row, which is standard, and 4.5 seed per foot of row, which is very high. We also had lygus insecticide protection treatments, either full season or post-flower. The full season only received 1 additional treatment than the post-flower at 42 days after planting. The tables show the number of lygus that we found that was sampled with either a sweep net or a drop cloth. We had low numbers of lygus throughout the whole season. We did have a significant difference between full season and post-flower at 50 days after planting, with more lygus found in post-flower, but still very low. We use the Cotman system to tell us the square shed of first position main stem symphodia. The square shed are these damaged floral buds from lygus feeding. I'll introduce you to the graphs. We have days after planting on the x-axis and mean square shed percent on the y-axis. We have our 3 different seeding rates. 1.5 is gray, 3 is pink, and 4.5 is red. So the highest square sheds were found closest to the crop field edge with 3 seed per foot of row and 4.5 seed per foot of row, and very low square shed at 1.5 seed per foot of row. As we move farther away from the crop field edge, we have less square shed overall, and we also have the highest square shed being with 3 and 4.5 seed per foot of row, and that's also similar to this last graph. Our results showed that plant monitoring with the Cotman system provided a better assessment of lygus activity compared to the direct insect counts, which were very low. We found that the lygus were attracted to the plants closest to the crop field edge and with the highest seeding rates. The pre-flower application reduced lygus in the full season treatment compared to the post-flower treatment. And looking at yield, we had significant differences between lygus protection and soil texture. If you follow my pointer to the picture, the loamy sand plants are more vigorous than the coarse sand plants because they are stressed. So that first insecticide treatment helped the coarse sand plants and prevented any yield loss, significant yield loss, compared to the plants in the coarse sand that did not receive that insecticide treatment and had lower yield. Our results suggest potential pest management opportunities using a trap crop approach for lygus by employing variable seeding rates and site-specific insecticide applications. I would like to thank Arkansas State University, University of Arkansas Research and Extension, Wilde Family Farms, and Cotton Incorporated for funding this project.
Hi, I'm Divya Kandanur and I am a PhD student working with Dr. Steve Green. Today, my research poster is on assessment of irrigation management for row irrigated rice using winter cover crops. So let's move forward with my introduction. We all know that flooding is the most common irrigation practice in Arkansas Delta. This practice uses a lot of water, labor, uh, and other budget inputs that farmers usually face difficulties with. This questions the sustainability of flood rice system. An alternative to this management is row irrigated rice that can save a large amount of water, labor, and inputs. So irrigation scheduling is a method which uses soil moisture sensors to help monitor irrigation on row rice fields that can help reduce the amount of labor used and also the amount of water used. Moving forward to my methods, my treatment fields for row rice with cover crop, that's the one, and a row rice without cover crop compared to a control, that's the MIRI, that's multiple inlet rice system. That's a flat type rice. So soil moisture sensors were installed in both the treatment fields at different depths to measure the moisture levels in the field. Flow meters were also installed in each of these fields to help measure the amount of irrigation water that is applied on the field. So as you can see, these are the moisture sensors that go in the field, and these are the receivers that are connected to the sensors in the field, and these sensors send signals to this receiver back, and a data logger helps send signals to this receiver, and from an online web portal I can use that to collect data every day. So moving forward to my results here, as you can see my graphs here, these graphs depict the soil moisture in the field at different dates throughout the season, and also at different depths, that is 15, 30, and 46 centimeters in the field. The graph also shows the graphs also show the precipitation in mm during the season. So the zero value here indicates that the fields are completely wet or saturated, and as you go lower, that is soil moisture tension is measured in kilopascals. So as we go higher in the graph, it's -20, -40, and -60. That means the plants are using up water and the field is becoming water deficit. So as you can see, this set of graphs depict the cover crop field, and these set of graphs depict the no cover crop fields. When you compare the cover crop with no cover crop, you see the fields are fluctuating more on the no cover crop field compared to the cover crop field that's staying wet. This indicates that cover crops are helping to retain soil moisture in the field throughout the season. Moving to my next table here, this table indicates the yield. As you can see that row rice, this is row rice with no cover, and this is row rice with cover crop, and this is the flood type treatment control. So when you compare the yields with row rice and the treatment control, you can see they're same, but the field with cover crop had little less yield. This we are speculating because there were some planter issues, and that made a poor seed to soil contact, which was an issue, and the cover crop, the rice yield stand was delayed by 10 days. So that could be the reason why we have a low yield here. Otherwise, we could have made closer to this numbers here with no cover and MIRI. The next graph here indicates the amount of water that was put in to the fields compared to the meaty control. So this is the meaty control, and this is the row rice with no cover and row rice with cover crop. You can see the amount of water. There is very less amount of water used for row rice compared to the meaty, indicating that there is potential to save water here in row rice compared to meaty control. And also these numbers here indicate the water use efficiency of the field. So when you compare the row rice with row rice no cover with meaty control, you can see this row rice is much more efficient than the meaty control. And this one could be explained because of the delayed stand establishment here. That's why it might have gone down a little bit. But otherwise, row rice is working well in saving water compared to the meaty fields. With these results, I summarize that row rice can be a potential alternative for flood rice, and using cover crops in combination with row rice can support improvement in yield and also water use. This application makes a huge difference for farmers as they save water, energy, and inputs at the same time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel Schultz and my advisor's name is Dr. John Nallen. I will be presenting the spatiotemporal analysis of surface water installation in the Cache and Langi River regions of northeastern Arkansas. The spatiotemporal analysis is to represent the change over time of surface water installation in the Cache River critical groundwater area. Arkansas ranks third in the U.S. for irrigated cropland, and most of the crops are irrigated from the Mississippi River Valley alluvial aquifer, also known as the MIRVA. Over time, the MIRVA's water table has declined to an extent that is becoming a concern for everyone. To help dampen the aquifer's rate of decline, the reservoirs have been and are currently being installed to catch water from precipitation events. As the reservoirs fill during the winter/early spring season, that water will be available to irrigate from when the summer season rolls around. As of now, there isn't a surface water diversion project for this area, and the research should help the project if it were to get started. For this project, I will be locating all the surface water bodies using 4-band National Agriculture Imagery Program imagery, also known as NAIP, to extract water features in the Cache and Langi watershed. This will be done through a Geographic Information System, GIS. I will separate the 4th band of the imagery, then survey it for reflectance levels. Depending on the amount of reflectance, that will indicate water or land. After identifying the water features, I will transform them from a raster feature to a vector feature to begin giving them attributes. Through the data available, I can only give accurate attributes for the year that they were constructed. The results of this data will reveal the acres of land that were converted to surface water and also help with determining new areas for reservoirs to be constructed. This is a basic overview of my poster. The area in the center of the poster is the Cache and Langi watershed. I have located all the water features that I had 4-band NAIP imagery for, so there is a data gap in the northern portion and the southwestern portion. Over here is the aquifer depth to water map. The darkest red area is the Kona Depression where the aquifer has been depleted the most. This is the area that is highlighted with the green boundary. This will be the area of first concern when addressing the surface water diversion project. I have 9 different year classifications for the surface water bodies. Looking at the Kona Depression, there's a good mix of all the years, but take a closer look and see the areas that do not have any reservoir construction. Here. These are the results we are trying to highlight via visual interpretation. You can physically see the absence of much needed surface water at the deepest part of the depression. These are the methods, with the top being the first step and the bottom being the last step. All of these steps were performed using a GIS. This slide is just to give you an idea of where the cone of depression is in the aquifer versus where it is in the watershed. This is the data table for all of the created water features to give a summary of the surface water installations over time. The data was surveyed using the last 40 years of aerial imagery. Over time, the number of reservoirs being built have decreased, but their average size has increased. These numbers do not include any stream, river, or marsh area, which also contribute to a large number of farm irrigation systems. This can conclude that farmers that do not have a stream, river, or marsh on the property would rather just pump from a well rather than invest in a reservoir for irrigation. Yes, it may cost up front for construction, but over time it will pay for itself and help give the MRVA more time to recharge rather than just continuous pumping. There were 702 bodies of water found that could be reservoirs located on or adjacent to farmland in the Cache and Lenghi region. They cover a little over 8,300 acres of land and provide over 8 billion gallons of water for possible irrigation. This data set would help justify new areas of reservoir construction in the Cache and Lenghi regions, which would be a start to the Cache River Surface Water Diversion Project. References. Thank you for your time, and feel free to contact me with any questions.
Hello, I'm Jim Washam, Interim Dean of the Neil Griffin College of Business at Arkansas State. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the College of Business section of Create at State. The Neil Griffin College of Business focuses on developing graduates who will become leaders in industry and their communities. The Griffin College provides students with business knowledge, leadership skills, experiential learning opportunities, and professional development. As students progress through our programs, they have opportunities to have their resumes reviewed, participate in mock interviews, attend dinners to learn proper etiquette for business meals, and even borrow professional attire from their career closet as needed. Students gain hands-on experience through internships, class projects, and competitions. Most recently, a team of sales students from the R.M. Bob Wood Sales Leadership Center won first place in the case competition at the Challenger Sales Institute competition in Oklahoma City. Our entrepreneurship students regularly compete in the Arkansas Governor's Cup Collegiate Business Plan competition. A team from the Griffin College brought home a first place finish in the 2019 Governor's Cup competition. Our students also compete in the Community Banking Business Case competition each year. This competition allows Griffin College banking students to address issues faced by a community bank in the region. Griffin College students also compete, practice leadership skills, and learn to serve the community through student organizations. One of these student organizations is Phi Beta Lambda. Arkansas State has the largest Phi Beta Lambda chapter in the country, and our students contribute hundreds of hours each year to community service projects. Phi Beta Lambda also provides the opportunity for students to compete in a variety of events at the state and national levels. In 2019, the A-State chapter of Phi Beta Lambda won 22 national awards, including 2 national championships. This brings their total number of national championships to 9. The faculty in the Griffin College is reviewing and redesigning our curriculum to prepare students for the future. Accounting faculty have recently completed a redesign of the undergraduate major in accounting and the Master of Accountancy program. Both of these programs now feature a focus on analytics. Our accounting graduates have the highest CPA pass rate in the state for first-time test takers. And the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants recently announced that an A-State graduate was a winner of the 2019 Elijah Watts Sales Award. To qualify for this award, CPA candidates must obtain a cumulative average score of 95.5 across all 4 sections of the Uniform CPA examination, pass all 4 sections on their first attempt, and have completed testing in 2019. Only 133 out of 75,000 test takers qualified for the Elijah Watts Sales Award in 2019. Today, you'll get a glimpse of the types of projects that Neil Griffin College business students are working on. You'll hear from entrepreneurs who are innovating to meet needs. You'll hear from students who are working to help others succeed by providing financial literacy education and studying student burnout. And you'll also hear from a student who's studying environmental issues and their impact. We hope you enjoy the college business submissions for the 2020 Creative State.
Do you have a teenage girl in your life? Maybe even a teenage daughter? A girl aged 9 through 12? Do you struggle to find her clothing? Maybe things look too childish or too grown up? Well, I'm here to help with the Teenage Dream Box. This is a subscription box that offers 5 trendy pieces of clothing that the girl either personally selects or can choose the mystery box option. Our competitors, they offer a personality quiz and they let a stylist choose and send to the girls. I wanted to give the girls the freedom to choose what they wanted to wear so they would be confident in what they're wearing and like what they are wearing. If the clothes happen to not fit, I would encourage the girls to donate the clothing, but I would also accept returns. I'm asking $40 for the box. That's about $8 a piece of clothing. I've talked to wholesalers and other boutique owners that offer tween clothing, and that seems to be about the best price that I could get it to. We would have a website and a mobile app that they could order from. They could cancel their subscription anytime, so they can continuously do it or just be a one-time thing. I'm asking an investor for $25,000 just to cover marketing, inventory, and other expenses. I would like to stay local first, maybe expanding to Arkansas, Missouri, and Tennessee, and kind of do a little test run and see how that goes. That's how I would like to encourage others to buy the Teenage Dream Box. Thank you.
Hello. Before we get started, think about the last movie you went to go see. Chances are it's a sequel, a remake, based on true historical events, a superhero movie, or it's a kids' animated movie. When was the last time you saw a good original screenplay? Well, that's the problem Monomyth is going to seek to solve. My name is Zachary Ruppel, and I'm an aspiring filmmaker, and to do this I want to start a production company called Monomyth Productions. Monomyth is going to solve 2 problems I see in the film industry these days. One is that Hollywood is very corporate now, so they only pursue movies that they know are going to maximize return. They make really expensive movies really fast that are pretty good. But this means they don't pursue all the creative, original ideas that are out there. Monomyth will do this by using the innovations in camera technology that have made cameras and lighting really cheap to make good, cheap movies that take a bit longer to produce. The second problem is that you don't know who's making your movies. In customer discovery, people we interviewed showed that they didn't know the directors, the writers, or the producers behind the movies they most enjoyed to see. By utilizing social media and making more intimate connections with the people who use our social media and follow us, we want to get people to know who is behind the camera making their movies. And in customer discovery, people reported that if they knew that about the people making their movies, they would be more likely to go see them. To do this, we're asking for a $250,000 loan that will be paid back in full to fund office space for the first year, the salary of the dozen employees needed, and to buy the initial equipment to make our movies.
Hi, my name is Bryce Jefferson. I'm a senior economics major, and this presentation seeks to isolate one of the aspects of climate change and view it through the lens of economics. All right, and here's just an overview of the Mississippi River Basin. It's very important for agriculture, not for just our country, but also for the world. And it's got notable tributaries, including the Missouri, Arkansas, and Ohio rivers. And here's just a map that shows the scale of the area that this research deals with. So the International Panel on Climate Change comes out with a report every 7 years, so we'll be expecting one next year. And in their 2014 report, they found that in 1951, there's a shift of different things, including increases in global temperatures and sea levels that are rising at an increasing rate after 1951. Part of this research wanted to see if that held true for rainfall totals within the Mississippi River Basin. So in order to determine whether 1951 is a year of significance, I took 100 years worth of rainfall data and split it at 1951. So this map shows the regression pre-1951, and it shows the annual increase in rainfall totals for each state. All right, so this map is a regression model from 1951 onto the most recent data. And as you can see, the increases are greater annually than previous to 1951. So this shows that 1951 is a significant year. All right, so here's a side-by-side map that better shows the changes between the two periods. So using all this information, I've created 3 different sort of predictions for what type of rainfall we might be seeing in the future. So we've got the breakpoint regression, which includes the 1951 to the present. That is probably the most accurate model there is. And then I just put a linear regression for the entire 100 years worth of data and a historical average, kind of just to show perspective and to contrast the different models. So using the rainfall totals that I gathered, I did a cross-sectional analysis with the cost data from FEMA along with a CBO estimate that shows that FEMA costs probably make around 27% of all total flood costs to create a regression analysis that shows if it rains a certain number of inches, how much cost we can expect. So this chart just shows what type of cost we can expect using the different models that I have created. So now that I've identified a problem, you kind of got to figure out what are we going to do about it. And there are 2 different strategies. We can either mitigate the problem or we can adapt to the problem. So mitigating tries to look at what's causing the problem. In this case, it would be climate change, and we try to fix that problem. But that takes a political consensus that people think climate change is real. People don't. So we kind of are forced to go to an adaptation sort of method. So we're looking at the result and we're trying to change the outcome. So we know it's flooding, so maybe we'll implement some strategies to prevent flooding. Here are some adaptation strategies to change how we deal with increased rainfall. We can restrict development in flood zones, we could change the National Flood Insurance Program, and we can increase infrastructure spending along the Mississippi River Basin. So a good method for dealing with this is restricting development in floodplains. If there are no developments in floodplains, there's no damage from flooding. So in order to do this, we would have to give FEMA more power to regulate, and probably one of their regulations should be to require the main structure to be above peak flood height, and that would prevent a lot of flood damage. So we could also change the National Flood Insurance Program. Currently, the NFIP pays out more in benefits than it collects in premiums, and that's really not a viable option for insurance. We really should want those premiums to better reflect the risk that those people are taking on by developing in floodplains. And another thing that we should be doing is increasing infrastructure spending. So the American Society of Civil Engineers rates our dams and levees at a D and D+ respectively. And that's pretty bad. So it would take probably about $35.4 billion to fix the levee system within the Mississippi River Basin. But that's something that's worth the cost, because $35.4 billion is significantly less than the expected flood cost that I have detailed previously using each of the methods. So a quick recap: rainfall is increasing within the Mississippi River Basin, which will cause increased flooding, and adapting to the flooding will reduce costs. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alexis Leonard.
And I'm Melanie Ricker.
And this is our project, Scarlet to Black, a comprehensive student-led approach to financial literacy. Scarlet to Black is our on-campus financial literacy program, and we are two of the student peer mentors. Something we do at the beginning of the year is send out a survey to all freshmen with general and financial literacy questions. Looking at past survey questions gave us the idea for our hypothesis. We hypothesize that students who have at least one immediate family member with post-secondary education will have better financial actions and financial literacy than those who do not. Our thoughts were that students with an immediate family member with post-secondary education will have more knowledge about financial decisions due to that family member's experience with topics such as student loans and all the different costs of attending post-secondary educational institutions, therefore having better financial actions and financial literacy.
Dr. Tu let us survey his 3 classes, which consisted of all classifications in a variety of majors. Some of our survey questions were general questions, such as classification, major, age, high school graduation year. 3 of our questions asked about the education of immediate family members. 2 asked what level of education your guardians received, and the 3rd asked what level of education your most educated sibling received. The options ranged from some high school to doctoral degree, with added choices of unknown and not applicable. We also asked where they got most of their college information, with options for family members, teachers, friends, the internet, and more. We then followed it with questions such as, where do you live this semester? How much was your housing? What meal plan did you choose? How much was your meal plan? Here are more questions we asked with not applicable, I don't know, and type in options. We also asked about checking and savings accounts as well as cash carried. We ended the survey asking about credit cards, credit line, and credit card debt. After collecting a total of 110 student responses, we looked at the responses of different categories. Those who got most of their college information from family members, mother or guardian 1 without a post-secondary degree, mother or guardian 1 with a post-secondary degree, father or guardian 2 without a post-secondary degree, father or guardian 2 with a post-secondary degree, sibling without a post-secondary degree, sibling with a post-secondary degree, both parents or guardians without a post-secondary degree, and both parents or guardians with a post-secondary degree. You can see all of those options on the y-axis of the bar graphs and the percents on the x-axis. The questions asked are at the top. The red bar represents students who knew an approximation of the cost. The blue bar represents students who did not know, and the purple bar represents students who did not apply to the question. Feel free to pause the video to take a closer look at the graphs. The students who are not applicable are the only ones who live at home with family on this question about housing. The number of students in our survey without a checking account is very small, which is good. Everyone needs a checking account. There are a higher number of students, though, who don't have a savings account. About half of our participants do not have a credit card. As you can see, the results were not significant. It doesn't seem to matter the education of immediate family members. The question responses are about the same for everyone, rejecting our hypothesis of students who have at least one immediate family member with post-secondary education having better financial actions and financial literacy than those who do not.
We want to improve the financial literacy of A-State students. Here are some workshops we have put on throughout this year. We discussed how students can be prepared for next year, include talking to your advisor, choosing your classes, and signing up for housing and a meal plan. We had budgeting workshops for Black Friday and dating. One of our more popular workshops was about investment basics. A few more included budgeting basics, how to fill out the FAFSA, how to protect your identity, and free services on campus and around Jonesboro. At the end of our workshops, we ask our students to fill out a survey to give feedback as well as making financial goals, and we regularly follow up with the students. Scarlet to Black aims to provide a team of peer mentors to guide students and improve their financial literacy. Thank you for viewing our presentation.
Hey everyone, so this year at Create A State, I would like to present my research that I've been working on with Dr. Hillary Schleimer. So we've been working on student burnout and its effect on freshmen. And to kind of do a brief overview, burnout affects a lot of students, specifically freshmen in college. And burnout is a response to emotional, social, and physical stress and different kinds of stressors. And psychological capital plays a major role where it talks about is a cognitive emotional tool that helps students kind of deal with this issue of getting less burnt out in college and how it affects them. So stressors leads to burnout, and burnout includes physical and human. Exhaustion is the theory that I discussed by Mosluck and Jackson, which is 1986. When students get high amount of stress, and they're unable to manage stress and they don't know what to do, their performance goes down. And more likely, when performance goes down, they tend to drop out of school. So that is what I discussed in my literature review. And when it came down to my hypothesis development, I discussed how psychological capital helps reduce stress and burnout. Positivity is the key to being a successful student in college. And freshman year, it's difficult to understand because a lot of times students are overwhelmed with what's going on. And in my opinion, psychological capital and intrinsic motivation helps student performance and can go a long way and not lead to exhaustion, which is bad in the long and short run for students, especially with freshmen in college. The method and analysis that I used was 194 college freshmen and at the Neil Griffin College of Business. And for stressors, we used the Godzilla theory. For burnout, we used Cohen and Hoberman. And psychological capital, we used the Gerald and Kelly theory. And we made sure to get the students' ID numbers for information like GPA and retention status and see kind of like how the students are doing. And hypothesis H1 and H2A were tested using a linear regression, and 2B was tested using a logistic regression. So when it comes down to results, Table 1 and Table 2 were what we kind of used to simplify. Table 1 provides a descriptive statistics of burnout, stressors, and psychological capital, and how academic performance was going to affect them in the spring semester. And in Table 2, there are significantly negative correlations between psychological capital and both stress. And our preliminary analysis do not seem to support H2B as the main psychological capital for students who retain. And it does not seem practical from those the score who do not return to school. However, further analysis need to be made on these preliminary findings. And to discuss this whole issue and these results, I would like to talk about how implications for university administrators and counselors and instructors who seek to improve the lives of students and maintain financial viable enrollment numbers. As our preliminary results suggest, psychological capital and intrinsic motivation can help students as an emotional resource to perform well in schools. There are interventions used in the workplace and psychological capital that could be adapted to university settings to improve students and their performance and help them reduce burnout. What can we do for students not to get burnt out, but also learn and have a good experience in college? Such interventions and resources could help students reduce their stress level and also go and improve their college experience. Lastly, I would like to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present at Create A State. And I would like to end by saying by providing my references. And to do a brief overview on my references is the Maslach burnout, the Godzilla, the Cohen, and then neutralizing job stressors, Luthens, and a journal of organizational behavior, and Parrish P, where it is providing a coaching framework for developing the psychological capital of a global mindset. And thank you very much.
Welcome to the first virtual Create a Day State. This is a wonderful opportunity for our traditional and online students to become engaged in faculty-mentored research and creativity. I am Dr. Mary Jane Bradley, Dean of the College of Education and Behavioral Science. I am happy to introduce the presentations and poster sessions for our college.
I'm Charles Bartholomew, and my co-presenter is Stephanie Barton. Last semester, we took part in a teaching assistantship for an Intro to Psychology class and documented our and the students' opinions on the effectiveness of the teaching assistant's presence. We did so under the direction and mentorship of Dr. Karen Yanowitz of the Psychology Department.
When first coming to college, freshmen can be overwhelmed by the difference in lifestyle compared to high school. This could lead to stress that could otherwise be avoided by adopting successful strategies. However, many of these aren't fully learned until much later in their college careers. The goal of a university is to guide their students to success. One method professors employ is to bring in teaching assistants to help with class direction, as this allows students and the assistants to better develop toward success.
We had many different goals going into this project. To start, we wanted to have mostly freshman students, and an Intro to Psych class is a great place for that. We wished to enhance the students' interest in psychology as a probable major and career choice. Since we are similar in age to the students, we may be seen as more relatable, therefore making us more approachable. Since many freshmen may not be entirely comfortable coming to their professors for help, we could help bridge the gap between the students and the professors. This will allow the students to better learn the course content as well as address any other concerns they may have. We also hoped that this project would give us early experience of the role instructors have in an academic setting.
Three undergraduate psychology majors served as teaching assistants in an Intro to Psychology class last semester. We attended every class session alongside the students to make sure we were familiarized with the content being taught. Each of us was tasked with the creation of one 50-minute lecture to present to the students. The lectures we gave were on anxiety, cognitive heuristics, and operant conditioning. After each, a survey was sent out to students to get their opinions on the lectures. We also planned classroom activities such as Jeopardy to review material before exams and writing assignments so that students could engage with the content. We also each held different office hours each week where students were required to attend at least one session. They were encouraged to ask questions and seek advice for anything that they were struggling with in university, as well as if they needed help with course content. At the end of the semester, students were given a survey about their opinion on the effectiveness of the teaching assistant. Teaching assistants also took a survey to gauge how the experience of being a teaching assistant was impactful.
The post-survey was taken by 16 students and did yield some significant results. Survey data was analyzed using a one-sample t-test. Some items yielded means that were significantly greater than the neutral point on the scale. The items on the survey related to how the students interacted with the TA's impact on the students' academics and their connection to A-State, and their overall perception of the teaching assistants. Survey results found that the teaching assistants helped to make the class feel more relaxed compared to other gen ed classes. This may be due to the students being undergraduates themselves, so they may be easier to relate to and more approachable than professors or graduate students. Students also seem to think that there should be undergrad teaching assistants in other gen ed courses. This may be because the students felt more relaxed in the classroom. They also may have felt that the TAs were helpful during in-class activities and accessible due to their being in class every day and having office hours every week.
Overall, the experience gained during this project was very impactful on the teaching assistants. All TAs agreed that this was a great experience to have before applying to graduate school, where they may actually be a teaching assistant or have to be an instructor for a course. This project allowed teaching assistants to gain experience in lesson planning through planning class activities and planning their lectures, as well as teaching altogether. This was a very unique experience for the teaching assistants because being a teaching assistant at the undergraduate level is not very common. For me personally, it taught me how much really goes into teaching a course. With a 50-minute course, there isn't a lot of time, but you have to be very strategic when planning so that all class time is used efficiently.
In the end, we learned that teaching assistants significantly enhance the educational experience and potential success of students. Having the experience of being a teaching assistant was very beneficial for us as well. If we were to do anything different, we would likely have incentivized students to give feedback so we can make sure that we get as many responses to our assistantship as possible. Due to our found success, we highly encourage other professors to employ teaching assistants in other Gen Ed college classes. We also encourage that they give some of the opportunity to higher level undergraduate students as well.
Hello, my name is Sarah Brown, and I've been doing research on the impact of educational television viewed in childhood on college students under the supervision of Dr. David Sarnio. Did you ever watch Sesame Street? What about Blue's Clues? Any other educational programming? Did those shows seem educational at the time, or were they just fun for you to watch? What do you remember from those shows? If you have kids of your own, did they ever watch educational programming? Do you think the shows are beneficial, or are they just glorified babysitters? Parents often find themselves concerned about their children's television viewing habits, and this is for a few reasons. One being the more time kids spend watching television, the less time they're spending on academic endeavors. And two, research has indicated that television viewing in childhood can increase violence in children. But what about academic and social benefits? Television, mostly educational television, but sometimes other children's programming too, does have the capacity to provide both academic and social benefits. So research has been done on the short-term effects of viewing educational programming, and that has indicated that it can be beneficial in the short term, but not much has been done on the long-term effects. So if watching educational programming as a child can have positive immediate effects on that child, both cognitively and socially, how does viewing that programming as a child impact those dimensions down the line in, say, college students? To try and answer this question, I looked at the perceived effects of children's educational programming in college students. Specifically, I looked at what they remember from what they watched and how they feel what they watched impacted them on both cognitive and social dimensions. So to give you a better picture of what I looked at, here's just a few examples of some items. One of the open-ended items was list the 3 educational programs you viewed most often as a child, and another was to indicate how many hours a day you watched educational programming as a child. I asked these things to kind of get an idea of what they were watching and the conditions in which they watched it. There were items in the survey asking participants to rate the extent to which they agreed with those items on a 5-point scale, ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree. So the first group of these rated items asked participants to indicate the extent to which you believe the educational programming you viewed as a child taught you things like reading skills, musical skills, the importance of helping others, and how to recognize and work through your emotions. I asked them these things to touch on both the cognitive and social dimensions, and to see what sorts of things they were remembering from what they watched. The second group of rated items asked participants to indicate to what extent you believe the educational programming you viewed as a child featured things like characters who care about one another, moral lessons, opportunities for viewers to engage in the program and answer questions. I asked those things to see how they're remembering some of the more common elements of children's educational programming. And participants were asked, to what extent do you believe the educational programming you viewed as a child has benefited you cognitively, socially, and overall, from kindergarten to their current collegiate status? I asked them those things to see how they feel about the programming as a whole, rather than just focusing solely on the independent items. So participants were asked to list the 3 shows they viewed most often in childhood, and what show they felt was the most beneficial to them. The top 5 shows given for both of those questions were Dora the Explorer, The Magic School Bus, Barney and Friends, Blue's Clues, and Sesame Street, with Dora the Explorer being the top show given for both questions. Participants indicated that the programming they viewed in childhood did feature the common elements of educational programming, like moral lessons, those things I mentioned in a previous slide. And in terms of our rated cognitive and social domain items, our top 5 highest scoring items were the importance of helping others, how to get along with others, problem-solving skills, that actions have consequences, and how to cooperate with others. There weren't any items that participants didn't agree that they had learned or seen in what they watched as a child, but there were some items that hovered in the neutral range. Those were how to deal with loss and how to deal with racism and discrimination, which was kind of surprising to me. Participants felt that they were impacted positively on the individual cognitive and social domains, and overall as well. However, participants rated themselves higher on being benefited cognitively than they did socially. I think this is interesting because the majority of the top 5 items I mentioned on the last slide were from the social domain. So what does all this mean? Let's go back and think about how we began, with parental concern about television habits and whether or not television is just a glorified babysitter. Turns out that television can in fact be beneficial in the long term, so much so that certain aspects of the programming viewed in childhood are being remembered all the way into college. This is important in the quest to determine the extent of media's effects on development, and I intend to use the knowledge gained from this study for further research on exactly that. Here is some contact information if you have any questions, and these are the references. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm Emily Burke, and my co-author is Landon Bonner, and we are asking the question, is peer pressure really the biggest factor in teen drug use? The purpose of the research was mainly to determine 2 things. Why do teens use drugs, and are our society's most widespread beliefs regarding teen drug use actually accurate? The better understanding we have of why teens use drugs, the better chance we have of preventing it in the future. The most common beliefs regarding why teens use drugs are that they do it in order to fit into a group or because they feel pressured by their peers. In order to conduct this study, participants who had used drugs were asked to rate 22 potential reasons for drug use on a 5-point scale, 1 being strongly disagree and 5 being strongly agree.
Okay, so now we're quickly going to go over some demographics of the survey. So, of all the people that said they had used drugs at least once, it totaled to about 50. And a majority of those people, as you can see on the table, range between the age of 18 and 22. And then below that, you can see of the 50 that said yes, they was about evenly split in regards to sex, with 24 being male and 26 being female. Continuing on with the demographics, as you can see, 66% of the subjects were Caucasian, followed by African American, and a 3-way tie for third among Asian, Latino, and other. Now, in regards to class level, 70% were either freshman or sophomore, with the remaining 30% being juniors or seniors. Okay, now moving on to the actual results. So in the table below, you have the different reasons that teens rated from 5 to 1. And those listed at the top had the highest average rating, and those at the bottom had the lowest average rating. And as you can see, the first 5 are the only ones above 3, meaning that the teens are most likely to use drugs because of those reasons than the ones below them. And those reasons included using drugs out of curiosity, using drugs to get high, using drugs to have fun, using drugs to feel happy, and using drugs to feel less stressed. You do not see things such as fitting in, use them because you saw a family member doing them, or doing them to be cool, or using them to fit in. So continuing on with the rest of the results, these are the reasons that were rated the lowest of them all. And as you can see, some of them you would expect to be higher, such as getting back at your parents, using drugs because you saw someone else, like a family member, doing them, using them to rebel, using them to look cool, using them to be part of a group, and using them to fit in with important friends were all rated very low compared to things such as happy and getting high and curiosity. And so is pretty that's a pretty big surprise to some people, considering they would probably have those as such as fitting in and looking cool as higher than curiosity and having fun. So in conclusion, teens were more likely to use drugs out of curiosity, to feel happy, for fun, or another physical effect such as alleviating stress. And they were least likely to use drugs in rebellion, to fit in, because they saw a family member do it, or to appear cool in front of their peers. And we can use results from studies like this to help adjust and adapt our current drug prevention strategies to help lower teen drug use even more. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Zoe Bryan, and I will be going over the research of effects of therapy dogs on eyewitness anxiety. Eyewitness evidence is a critical aspect of the criminal justice system. Oftentimes, it is the first activity to be performed by police officers in a criminal investigation. A successful interview can help provide initial leads in the investigation, connect investigators with other eyewitnesses, or identify suspects. And furthermore, once a defendant is standing trial, the initial interview may be reused as evidence to help convict the criminal. Negative effects of eyewitness evidence is that in many cases, the only witness to a crime is the victim. And when questioning a victim, it can cause uncomfortable memories to resurface in a non-therapeutic setting and cause further trauma in the victim. In the courtroom, providing testimony is particularly anxiety-provoking. From being simply questioned to the confusion of not knowing how the system works, embarrassment of having to relive the abuse in front of strangers and loved ones, the fear of not being believed, fear of retribution from the verdict, and fear increased by the presence of the abuser in the courtroom. This anxiety is found more with younger children. However, even older individuals have been shown to have pronounced negative feelings towards questioning. The criminal justice system do have tools that help with these problems, some of them being special techniques that police officers use to help question the victim, such as keeping the initial interview as short as possible, avoid any physical or verbal actions that can be seen as threatening towards the victim, and avoid wording questions in a judgmental tone. It is also common for a victim advocate to be present during the interview to support the needs of the victim. Now, during courtroom testimonies, there are accommodations that are sometimes utilized, particularly with children, such as adult attendant, demonstrative objects like anatomical dolls, puppets, drawings, and mannequins. There are alternative methods to testifying, such as closed-circuit television and videotape depositions, and even the removal of specified people from the courtroom, like any press present. Some jurisdictions in the United States have additional accommodations allowing trained support dogs to accompany a child in the stand during testimony. Canine companions, specifically, were selected to use the courtroom due to their effects on decreasing stress. The goal for this research was to examine the effectiveness of therapy dogs in reducing eyewitness anxiety in as realistic a situation as possible. Participants were pre-screened for fears, allergies, or dislikes towards large dogs. 2 participants indicated such and were automatically assigned to the control condition.
This mock courtroom was built with a mini grant that Professor Christopher Peters wrote and built by the University Theater Department. The whole thing, props and all, cost less than $2,000. We followed a standard eyewitness testimony setup, which the prosecuting attorney helped us plan out. Our participants' anxiety levels increased once entering the room and stayed at a high level until they were given either of the conditions. As the results showed, anxiety with the presentation of the dog was significantly lower than with the water. Even when a non-victim is in a clearly mock situation, being an eyewitness is an extremely anxiety-provoking event, but the anxiety can be helped by the use of a trained therapy dog.
Hello, I'm Isabella Gordon. Darla Thomas, Faith Carr, and I will be presenting our research on schemas related to stalking and cyberstalking among college students. We worked on this with our mentor, Dr. Yanowitz. This study seeks to understand the current schemas of stalking behaviors. Particularly, we are gathering data to investigate the schemas of college students in today's society. Our goal is to better understand the way college-age students view stalking in a society that has a heavy online presence. Stalking is a recurring issue that has presented itself in different forms throughout history. Criminologists and psychologists have studied the behaviors attributed to stalking and the different forms of stalking that can occur. The term stalking refers to an individual who is presenting a persistent unwanted behavior towards another individual. Although there is a clear definition labeling what stalking is, each individual's schema or their organization of events varies. This study seeks to understand the current schemas of stalking behaviors. Particularly, we are gathering data to investigate the schema of college students in today's society to determine the differences between our research and the previous stalking research published. With the internet being a huge part of socializing today, stalking could even be seen online. Cyberstalking refers to the persistent, unwanted behavior towards another individual through the use of the internet. We hypothesized if college students are asked to write a schema of stalking, then their schema will include aspects of physical stalking rather than cyberstalking, unless cyberstalking is mentioned in the directions. Based on prior knowledge of social media use and the definition of cyberstalking, we believe that our college-age participants will not consider certain online behaviors as stalking. We believe that through social media use, a lot of cyberstalking behaviors are not considered as threatening as physical stalking. Online personal information is easily accessible for cyberstalkers to claim a victim. We want to see if participants change their schemas after being exposed to an explanation of cyberstalking. Our survey was offered to all Intro to Psych students at Arkansas State through SONA. We asked participants to describe their schemas of stalking in 3 different sections: what leads to stalking, what happens during stalking, and what happens after stalking. Participants were then randomly placed into one of the 3 different conditions and asked to describe their schema of stalking. In Condition 1, participants were told the operational definition of stalking within the instructions. In Condition 2, participants were told the operational definition of cyberstalking within instructions. And finally, in Condition 3, participants were told the operational definition of stalking and that it can include all types such as cyberstalking or a combination of online or in person. We had a total of 136 participants. As you can see, there was a wide variety of participants, but we found that the majority were heterosexual white females. The authors read the responses from the participants, and coding was discussed based on behaviors commonly recurring. Participant responses were reviewed by 3 coders to ensure scoring agreement. Coders were blind to demographics of the participants. Participant responses could fall into more than one category. Regardless of condition, we focused on the top 5 behaviors of participants described in the leading up to stalking section. For example, a participant wrote, obsessing over every post of the person. This falls into the obsession category of scoring. This graph represents the percentage of participants in each condition that responded using these behaviors. To examine these behaviors across the conditions, we ran a chi-square test and found that none of these top 5 behaviors had a significant difference between conditions. Within the during stalking section, we analyzed the top 3 cyber stalking behaviors and the top 3 physical stalking behaviors regardless of condition. We chose from both electronic and physical stalking behaviors to examine the significance between them. This graph represents the percentage of participants that responded using these behaviors. After running a chi-square test, we found that all 6 of these top behaviors had a significant difference between the 3 conditions. In the final section after stalking, we used the top 5 behaviors scored regardless of condition. We took responses like these and ran a statistical analysis to compare across conditions. After running a chi-square test, we found that the kidnapping, rape, and murder behavior and the police involvement behavior were significant between the 3 conditions. For our leading up to stalking section, participant schemas for this section were the same by condition. For during stalking, it was more condition impacted. Participants were more likely to mention cyber-based behaviors when asked to consider cyber stalking. With our after stalking condition, all of the conditions mentioned the target would feel scared or unsafe. All of the conditions mentioned possible harm. The cyber stalking condition was less likely to mention legal action or severe harm. Based on our research, when individuals hear the word stalking, they automatically think of physical stalking. This could lead to individuals not realizing the risks they are taking by putting their personal information online. Individuals are unaware of the fact that there could be a threat to their safety with online information, so they are more likely to become a victim to threats and stalking online. We hope to make people informed of the presence of online stalking and predators online with our research. To further our research, one could use this data to replicate this experiment and expand the number of participants and have more variability of the demographic and age groups.
Hello everyone, my name is Charles Bartholomew and I will be presenting our research on the origin of college students' scripts of stalking. This research was done by Megan Gunnels, Adam Parker, Amy Fawn, and me under the mentorship of Dr. Karen Yanowitz of the Psychology Department. As technology has progressed, we have begun to see more and more ways that someone can stalk another person. This study seeks to grasp a better understanding of stalking in today's time and to see if people include cyberstalking into their stalking scripts. Stalking is typically defined as a repeated set of unwanted behaviors directed towards a person, and cyberstalking is typically defined as a repeated set of unwanted behaviors directed towards a person occurring in an online environment. We were interested in looking at where the participants' stalking script originally came from, and whether or not the participants would choose cyberstalking behaviors when presented with the common stalking behaviors. This study has 2 hypotheses. The first being that movies will be the most frequently selected option for the origin of their stalking script. The second hypothesis is that regardless of whether or not participants are given definitions of stalking that include cyber-based behaviors, participants will still choose these cyber behaviors as examples of stalking. We started off the survey by giving students one of 3 different definitions of stalking. The first was the typical definition of stalking, stating that stalking is typically defined as a repeated set of unwanted behaviors directed towards a person. The second gave the definition for cyberstalking, stating that cyberstalking is typically defined as a repeated set of unwanted behaviors directed towards a person occurring in an online environment. The third mentioned both definitions of the first 2, stating that stalking is typically defined as a repeated set of unwanted behaviors directed towards a person. This could include all types of stalking, such as cyberstalking, occurring in an online environment, stalking in person, or a combination of the 2. For our statistical analysis, however, we did collapse the conditions into 2 conditions, stalking only mentioned and cyberstalking mentioned. There were a total of 136 participants. Participants consisted of college students from Arkansas State University, and the majority of our participants were white and female. The survey was given through the SONA system to A-State students. The first part of the survey split the participants into 3 different conditions and asked them to describe what happened before, during, and after stalking. The first part that we are covering asked the participants to indicate where they derived the information for the previous question. We provided a list of different origins, and the participants were asked to select all that applied. For the next part, the students were given a list of behaviors associated with stalking and/or cyberstalking. The participants were asked to indicate whether they felt those behaviors fit under the stalking category or not. The majority of students originally obtained their stalking scripts through movies. The second highest was from social media, and the third was documentaries. When asked what they would consider stalking, over 90% of participants said using apps to monitor your location, repeatedly contacting you online even after told to stop, following you, waiting outside of your home, work, or school, and watching you are all considered stalking. However, it is interesting to note that all but one of our behaviors had over 40% of the participants consider it stalking. This may be because our previous questions on stalking primed the participants into perceiving these behaviors in a stalking scenario. However, for the percent of cyberstalking behaviors, there is a significant difference seen in the frequency of cyberstalking behaviors selected between the stalking and cyberstalking conditions. Cyberstalking behaviors were more frequently selected in the cyberstalking condition than in the stalking condition. Our first hypothesis was supported in that movies were the most selected origin for where the participants derived their stalking scripts. After receiving the data, we had a concern that the Netflix show named You, which was very popular at the time of data collection, was influencing our data. So it would have been interesting if we asked participants to recall some of the specific movies, TV shows, etc. that they believe they got their script of stalking from. The second most selected origin was social media, indicating a rise in cyberstalking behaviors being realized by the participants. Our other hypothesis was actually the opposite of the data we received. Participants in the cyberstalking condition more frequently selected cyberstalking behaviors, indicating that the participants more frequently chose cyberstalking behaviors when the word cyberstalking was used, rather than when it was not. We had predicted that among the college-aged participants that cyberstalking behaviors would be selected regardless of the condition, but the data shows that without the direct mentioning of cyberstalking when being asked to select stalking behaviors, the participants were not as likely to consider it. The population of our study only included younger college students, so for future research, it would be interesting to expand the study to include a wider range of participants. This would allow us to look at generational differences in thoughts about cyberstalking behaviors.
Confucius once said, "I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand." As a high school student, I listened as my teachers explained the anatomy of the heart, but forgot. Once I saw pictures and diagrams of the organ, arteries, and veins, I remembered. But only after holding a heart in my own 2 hands and dissecting it myself did I truly understand. Hello, my name is Lindsay Hall, and today I will be presenting my research titled MASH Leaves a Mark, the long-term impact of participating in informal health science programs. To begin, it is important to note that while the availability of STEM professions is growing, there is currently a shortage in students who are striving to earn a degree or find employment in STEM. Researchers have determined that interest and motivation are key factors that affect students' desire to pursue STEM learning. In response, many schools and organizations are incorporating informal science education, or ISE, experiences into their curriculum. These experiences, found outside of the typical classroom setting, can reinforce the importance of STEM knowledge, positively impact student interest in STEM, and increase the probability of students pursuing degrees or careers in STEM fields. An excellent example of a program that incorporates a variety of ISE experiences is MASH, a 2-week health-centric summer day camp for high school juniors and seniors. The Medical Applications of Science for Health program provides students with the opportunity to shadow health professionals, engage in hands-on activities, and discover how scientific concepts can be applied to healthcare. The object of my research was to discover the long-term impact of MASH on participants' perceptions of themselves, as well as its influence on their academic and career goals. A survey was distributed to 172 camp alumni from years 2010 to 2018. Of those sent out, 98 participants completed the survey for a 57% return. Survey questions were designed to assess the overall long-term impact of participation in MASH, as well as participants' perceptions of the program's impact on their self-efficacy and task value. Self-efficacy is defined as one's belief in their ability to succeed in specific situations. Researchers have observed a positive relationship between students' self-efficacy and their academic achievement. Therefore, if ISE experiences can enhance student confidence in STEM, it is likely that they will show a more persistent interest in learning STEM material. Task value refers to how students perceive a task in terms of the interest, usefulness, importance, and cost. If ISE experiences can inspire students to become engaged and interested in STEM learning, they will see a greater value in the academic and career options available to them in STEM fields. Some questions were asked in a retrospective pre-post format in order to determine if participation in MASH impacted their perceptions of themselves. The first set of questions, shown here on the left, asked participants to respond to the questions based on their current feelings. Then, as shown on the right, we asked them to think back to before they participated in MASH and respond based upon their perceptions of their past selves. We then analyzed the differences in responses to determine if there was a significant change. The age of survey participants ranged from 18 to 27, with a mean of 22.5. Most participants were female and white. And when asked their current level of education, 66% reported that they were currently attending college or were enrolled in a graduate program. When looking at these graphs, it is obvious that MASH participants believe the program had a significant long-term impact on their lives. The majority believe that MASH increased their science confidence and impacted their academic and career choices. In addition, every participant responded yes to both "Did you enjoy MASH?" and "Would you recommend MASH to others?" This data clearly describes the truly momentous impact that ISE experiences can have on participants. To analyze the responses of the retrospective pre-post questions, a paired sample t-test was performed. As shown in the graphs, the post-mean values were significantly higher than the pre-mean values, allowing us to conclude that the change in participants' perceptions of their self-efficacy and task value concerning STEM was statistically significant. To really emphasize the lasting impact of MASH, I would like to end with this quote. When asked to reflect upon the long-term impact of MASH, one participant wrote, "It provides a safe space to learn about the medical field in a hands-on way. It provides an opportunity to foster teamworking skills, and it enhances knowledge about the medical field that otherwise high school students wouldn't have access to. I am extremely grateful for having had the opportunity to participate in this program. I believe it makes a significant positive impact on students who are participants." This is just one of many positive reflections upon MASH. I truly believe that increased programming of this nature can inspire so many more students to find their dream field of study and career in STEM. And with that, my presentation is complete. I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to everyone who has helped me through this process. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to contact me via my A-State email address. Thank you.
Our topic is the identification of school shooter typography, an exploration of the Langman theory of school shooters. Our student researchers include Haley Lisenby, Maggie Yin, and Megan Ross. Our faculty mentors include Drs. Medley and Hance.
Our overall goal was to provide evidence that helps in the prevention of school shootings, as there are no clear, valid, or reliable assessment measures for K-12 schools to utilize to identify those at risk for engaging in school shooting behaviors. Significant beginning work needs to be conducted to aid those on the ground in these environments. At least 3 typographies of school shooters may exist: psychotic, psychopathic, and traumatized. Our purpose is to provide the background for further study to examine if school practitioners can also identify typographies of school shooters, eventually leading to establishing school processes and measures to aid in the prevention of school shootings. No other empirical studies have been conducted in this area. Our objective is to establish if Arkansas University and college faculty in psychology, counseling, or social work accurately match the previously established typographies for 3 historical school shooters through the use of vignettes. Potential participants were sent a survey in Qualtrics. Recruitment included Arkansas faculty of 4-year colleges or universities that taught in psychology, counseling, or social work programs or departments. There were 17 total participants of these 253 possible found from web listings of faculty.
Overall, about half of the participants had a type of license and about half did not. About half of the participants were early in their profession and about half had 5 or more years.
The survey included 3 vignettes of real cases of school shooters who were currently students of the school they attacked. The survey asked participants to match all cases to the 3 types of shooters according to Lemon theory. We used frequency analysis in ANOVA for the statistical analysis. The ANOVA was utilized because there were 5 levels of certification and licensure and 3 levels of year in professional service. We wanted to determine if statistically significant differences existed among these groups based on their correctly identifying the 3 types of school shooters. Almost all participants correctly identified the typography of each school shooter. Only 1 person incorrectly identified for both traumatized and psychopathic. 2 people incorrectly identified the psychotic shooter typography. You can predict that because almost everyone correctly matched the typography of the school shooter, that we didn't find major differences in the groups. No statistically significant differences were found in the years of professional service or in the certification and licensure types.
Overall, we found that the limited number of faculty that responded to our survey could identify the typography of the school shooters. We need more empirical data to examine Langman's theory. This is the first empirical study of its kind, and the area of school shooting is something we would all like to be able to prevent. Although we need more participants, we found no difference in years of experience or licensure. We hope that finding is true for the general population of faculty in psychological fields as they train our practitioners in schools. Some of the hardships we faced with this study included the time frame we had to collect data, and this may have contributed to the limited number of participants. We also only collected data from faculty in Arkansas. Additionally, our vignettes were based on real school shooters that had significant media attention, and that could have deterred some people from participating.
Although there are some limitations for this study, we pointed out 3 constructive suggestions for future research. First, can faculty anywhere identify school shooter typography? Second, can school-based practitioners identify school shooter typography? And third, what measures can be developed to help practitioners identify those at risk for school shooting based on the 3 typographies?
Langman's theory is a well-known theory, and our goal was to apply empirical research to determine next steps. We are the first ones to do this, therefore more research is needed to be able to practically use this theory.
If you would like to contact us, here's our information. Thank you for this opportunity, and Wolves Up!
Hello, Create at State. My name is Jared Rogers, and I'm an IDS pre-physical therapy student, and I'm here along with my mentor, Dr. Pripyat Slatska, to represent the Health, Physical Education, and Sports Sciences Department with our research on an analysis of generalized concussion scales and their effectiveness in the pediatric to adolescent population. Some quick background here. A concussion is a mild traumatic brain injury usually caused by a jarring movement or blow to the head. ER visits for concussions have increased by 200% in the 14 to 19-year-old population in the past decade, as well as sports-related concussions, accounting for 3.8 million MTBIs reported within the past year, making this a prevalent topic among the medical and sports communities. The SCAT-3 and Child SCAT-3 scales are symptomatic diagnostic scales, which limit adolescent concussion severity identification. These are acute diagnostic scales and also have no tiering. This scale has been known to have accuracy in diagnostic measures, but lacks measurement of severity and also lacks a weighted system. Our research involved an analysis of various standard concussion scales, two of which are shown here. The A scale is the CDC standard scale for concussions with no scoring weight, and this determines concussions in patients greater than 11 years old. This is a standard diagnostic scale which groups all ages over 11 together, with no weighted scoring for different developmental phases. The lack of a weighted scale is concerning, as the neurodevelopment of children and adolescents is not taken into account. The cerebrocerebellum and the spinocerebellum are brain centers responsible for motor movement and its correction, and their volumes don't plateau until much later into adolescence. These graphs represent a longitudinal MRI study of the cerebellum performed on a large sample, and you can see the plateaus of the cerebellum as indicated by the arrows, occurring in later adolescence. Dual task costs are deficits occurred in gait when performing a secondary task simultaneously. Arkansas Children's Hospital performed a recent study with healthy adolescent patients in a dual task scenario, performing a walking route while simultaneously completing a visual spatial task. This study showed an increase in dual task costs and double limb support, meaning more time walking was spent on both legs compared to a single leg each stride, representing a deficient gait. A study done by the NCAA showed a subsequent musculoskeletal injury is 3.3 times more likely to occur in a patient within 90 days of post-concussion occurrence compared to a non-concussed control group. These graphs clearly show the effects of dual task costs. If you examine the NCAA graph, you can see the large gap between the control and concussed groups, which all were young adults. Accounting NCAA athletics as a very complex dual task activity, these studies clearly show the deficiencies in the adolescent population via dual task costs compared to the adult population, which has complete neurodevelopment. Two post-concussion evaluation scales are shown here. Post-concussion symptom inventory is a subacute symptomatic scale, which is tiered, but is all subjective questions based on a sample of highly injured athletes showing bias in their sample, and also there's a bias of symptom reports, which would mean that an athlete might have a return to play bias. Post-concussion symptom scale is also a subacute symptomatic scale for patients above 11 years old, which means that they're all grouped together. It is also completely subjective and overshoots patient abnormalities. From this, I concluded some revisions needed for these concussion scales. A subacute scale setting, objective and subjective test measures to help eliminate return to play bias, multiple tiers of weighted scoring to account for incomplete neurodevelopment due to age to differentiate pediatric, adolescent, and adult populations, normative data for varying concussion severities to account for non-athletic and athletic concussions, and baseline test implementation to compare an athletic patient's pre- and post-concussion performance measures. Some possible future research to take place would be the use of child SCAT-3 and SCAT-3 for patient diagnosis of a concussion, revisions of the PCSI and PCSS scales, which I mentioned, a longitudinal study occurring with data scoring and evaluation of recovery times for each patient, and then using this data in order to create a recovery-based scale, meaning that scores would help base a time of recovery. The next two slides credit my references for the literature review. I would like to thank Dr. Pripyatlovska for all of her help, the HIPIS department, everyone here at Creative State, and to all of you for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jaylee Tribble.
I'm Toby Stipp.
And today we're going to be presenting to you the effects of Rose's Law on jury decision making under supervision of our mentor, Dr. Christopher Peters. Rose's Law was officially passed to change the terminology for mental retardation to intellectual disability, and this change was recorded in the newest edition of the DSM. According to the DSM, individuals with intellectual disability suffer from different deficits, including lack of reasoning, abstract thinking, and judgment. What's important to note here is that the characteristics are the same for mental retardation, so the only change has been the terminology itself. Past research has also found that because of these deficits, these individuals are more easily swayed by coercion. In a past study conducted by Peters, Hitchcock, and Strait, the researchers were interested in the effects of using different terminology for the disorder on jury decision-making specifically. And they were particularly interested in the effect of this in cases of coercion, knowing that past research has found that intellectually disabled people are more susceptible to it. And what the researchers found is that when heavily coerced, a defendant who is labeled with intellectual disability as opposed to mental retardation was more likely to be found guilty by mock jurors. So the present research is essentially a replication of this study in order to determine if views of guilt have changed since the original study was conducted, and it now being 10 years since the passing of Rose's Law.
Our study included 162 undergraduate students. Due to campus closure, we were unable to run and analyze data from the remaining 267 original students. Our mean age was 19 years. We had predominantly female and predominantly Caucasian. We had a 2x3 between subjects factorial. Our independent variables were diagnosis, terminology, and coerciveness. We also had one dependent variable, which was the likelihood of granting a guilty verdict. For our procedure, we gave participants a fictional trial summary, which included a chat room conversation between the defendant and an undercover agent. The defendant was either labeled with intellectual disability or mental retardation, and the agent either heavily, mildly, or did not coerce the defendant to agree with meeting with them in person to have sex. Afterwards, we gave a questionnaire to the participants, which included 2 manipulation checks, demographic questions, and asked the participants to rank on a scale of 1 to 7 the likelihood that they would grant a guilty verdict to the defendant. For our study, we ran a two-way factorial analysis of variance. For diagnosis terminology, we found a marginally significant main effect. Although there was no statistical significance, we do see a difference between the two terminologies. We also found a significant main effect of coerciveness on likelihood of voting guilty. Specifically, we found that participants were less likely to vote guilty when a defendant was heavily coerced than when a defendant was mildly coerced or not coerced at all. Finally, we found a marginally significant interaction between terminology and coerciveness. Specifically, we found that a defendant labeled with intellectual disability was more likely to be found guilty than if labeled with mental retardation in the mild coercion condition.
Overall, the results obtained in this study were similar to those obtained in the original study. In particular, when the defendant was labeled with intellectual disability as opposed to mental retardation, they were more likely to be found guilty by mock jurors. Now, contrary to the original study, this effect occurred when the defendant was mildly coerced, and this is likely due to participants seeing heavy coercion on part of law enforcement as unacceptable and negative, despite the type of disability. Now, there are some limitations present as well. As indicated earlier, our results are only based on a portion of the data that was collected, and we believe that if we had been able to run analyses on the entire data set, then some of our marginal effects would have actually reached significance. In addition, using a convenient sample, such as college students, is not representative of the entire population of people that serve on juries, In addition, our sample was predominantly female, so it is possible that gender differences could have affected the results. The present research supports the notion that people remain unaware of the interchangeability between intellectual disability and mental retardation, and as a result, people commonly associate the two terms with different disorders. Treatment of people based on the terminology used is thus different. Future research should attempt to address the limitations that were previously discussed, as well as examine the different subject variables that had some imbalances, perceptions of law enforcement officials in regard to coercion, and seeing if an educational strategy in regard to the terminologies could actually help to eliminate some of these differences.
Thank you for listening.
And please be safe.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Barton, and I'll be presenting my research project, Perceptions of Faculty Diversity at A-State, that I worked on with my faculty mentor, Dr. David Sarnio. Diversity in the United States is always changing, but it is changing now more rapidly than ever. The United States Census Bureau projects that by 2050, the United States population will be majority non-white. With all of the changes happening in our society, it is important to realize that we must change with it. For instance, during the civil rights era in this country, we saw an increased pressure to prohibit discrimination and to provide opportunities to minority groups through affirmative action and the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This leads me into my research topic. Millions of dollars have been spent at colleges to increase diversity and inclusion on their campuses. For instance, hiring faculty from diverse backgrounds. Students from different backgrounds often view the world and experience things differently, including college faculty. Faculty are incredibly important to a student's college experience. A professor or instructor can completely change how a student feels about a subject or field. They can also open doors for students, such as providing them with opportunities to grow, like presenting a creative state. Because students come from different backgrounds, their experiences with faculty and their perceptions can be vastly different. I was particularly interested in if Black and white students had different perceptions. The goal of my study was to find out how students feel about faculty diversity here at A-State. We were also interested in whether or not there were differences between Black and white students. This survey was given online through Qualtrics. It was 17 questions, 4 of which were demographic questions. Survey items included questions about how students felt about A-State and faculty diversity at A-State. Participants were students from courses such as History of Psychology and registered student organizations such as the Black Student Association. There were 47 participants in total. The sample was mostly female, largely Black and white, and had a large age range. The results found that students are happy that they came to A-State and that they are happy about their educational experience. Students also agree that a diverse faculty make for an enriching experience. However, there were some items that participants differed on. There was a significant difference between Black and white students on satisfaction with diversity among faculty at A-State, with white students having a more positive outlook, as well as a significant difference regarding whether A-State needs to increase diversity among faculty, with Black students agreeing with this point and white students having a more neutral perspective. Using these items and others, the results do point to there being a difference in how Black and white students perceive faculty diversity. White students are satisfied and content, while Black students feel that more work can be done to increase diversity. This may be because white students are used to being the majority, and it is easier for them to feel connected with faculty and each other, as well as feel comfortable in the classroom. For Black students, this may be different. They may not experience as much comfortability in the classroom, being that they are a minority on campus and there are not as many Black faculty members. Black students also may feel that faculty members who are of a different ethnicity or race don't understand or relate to them, and that can very much affect their experience and perception. This data is important because it provides support for any argument that states that Black and white students differ in perceptions of faculty at A-State. This information can also guide stakeholder and leadership decisions on initiatives to improve diversity and inclusion at A-State. I would like to thank my faculty mentor, Dr. David Sarnio, for providing me with the opportunity to conduct this study. I would also like to thank Dr. Jessica Curtis and Dr. Kim Hester for allowing me to survey their students. I would also like to thank the Black Student Association and the Gender and Sexuality Alliance for allowing me to survey their members. These are my references. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucy Ann Berner and I'm a senior physical education student here at Arkansas State University. I would like to recognize my faculty mentor, Dr. Blair Dean, and the other members of my thesis committee, Dr. Brian Church and Mrs. Manny Northcutt. I'm very blessed to have had a committee that was incredibly dedicated to help me throughout every step of this process. I'm excited to show you all my honors senior thesis, The Effects of Acute Exercise on an ACT Prep Test, Grinnell Mood Scale. This was an independent study approved by the ASU-IRB board. The purpose of this study was to determine if acute exercise affects ACT prep test scores and student scores on the Grinnell Mood Scale. Due to resources, I chose to use an ACT prep test made by ACT Incorporate instead of the true ACT test. The mode of acute exercise was moderate intensity treadmill walking or jogging. Moderate intensity was defined as 40 to 60% of students' heart rate reserve. This was measured using polar heart rate monitors as well as the Borg rating of perceived exertion. Students performed a 5-minute warm-up, 20 minutes at moderate intensity, and a 5-minute cool-down. My literature review found a lot of information that points to the importance of this study. The ACT is a very high-stakes test that over half the graduating class in 2018 took. A survey done on over 400 American colleges and universities found 96% of them require the ACT or SAT. Over half of these institutions viewed student scores as considerably important. This places a lot of pressure on students because oftentimes a student's ACT score determines their college opportunities academically and financially. Also, these students do not have access to very effective ACT prep. The average gains after ACT prep are less than 1 point. To raise their ACT score, students and their families have turned to several negative extreme measures. They're willing to spend excessive amounts of money on ACT prep. High school students are illegally using prescription stimulants such as Adderall and Ritalin, and students, parents, and faculty have all been involved in various cheating schemes. You can see that students are in desperate need of a better way to prepare for the ACT. My study is significant because it provides an alternative to these negative extreme measures. The population for this study was 8 14 to 17-year-old high school students. Students participated in 2 administration periods, Administration Period 1 and Administration Period 2. For Administration Period 1, students were divided into 2 groups. Group A performed exercise while Group B remained sedentary. Immediately after Group A finished their exercise, they completed the Borg rating of perceived exertion. Then both groups took the Grinnell Mood Scale and the ACT prep test. For Administration Period 2, you can see almost everything was the same except
Group B performed exercise, while Group A was sedentary. Results showed no significant difference for both ACT prep test scores and Bernal Mood Scale scores between the administration period students performed exercise versus the administration period they remained sedentary. Here are the results for the ACT prep test. The gray columns are when students were sedentary and the white columns are when students performed acute exercise. There are some small correlations, and I would be really interested in seeing if these correlations are still present with a larger sample size. Here are the results for the Bernal Mood Scale. There are also some small correlations, however, the most limiting factor to my study was a small sample size. My study points to no relationship between acute exercise and students' academic performance as well as mood. However, I do not believe my study is an accurate reflection of the relationship between acute exercise and academic performance because my study is inconsistent with the studies I found during my literature review. A recent meta-analysis points to increased executive function, decreased stress, and enhanced mood state as the most consistent effects of acute exercise. Acute exercise is also known to release the neurotransmitters serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. These neurotransmitters increase executive functions such as memory, mood, ability to make decisions, and ability to focus. All of these things would help students during rigorous academic feats such as the ACT. Literature points to a potential relationship between acute exercise and academic performance. Here's the references section of my poster. I would like to close by saying acute exercise has the potential to be the answer for those in need of more effective ACT prep. However, we need more studies like mine to learn how to make this potential consistently manifest itself. My study grows the knowledge of the relationship between acute exercise and academic performance. Learning more about how acute exercise affects academic performance will transform test preparation and help others see the importance of physical activity in an increasingly sedentary world. I'm so excited to see where this field of research goes in the next several years. I would like to thank the HIPAS Department and Honors College for their support during this experience, and I'd like to thank the Arkansas Department of Higher Education for their funding, which has enriched this experience. Thank you all for your time.
Differences in attitudes toward statistics in traditional versus online courses. My name is Elise Nooner. Within the last few years, online courses have increased in popularity as technology has advanced. Even in recent weeks, we have witnessed traditional courses quickly forced online. In tandem with this heightened popularity of e-learning, questions have been raised not just about the efficacy of online courses, but how students feel about them compared to traditional courses. In this research study, an online course is defined as a course in which all instruction and assignments are delivered through the internet. A traditional course is characterized by the method of delivering all or most instruction in a face-to-face lecture or classroom-based setting. To assess potential differences between traditional and online undergraduate statistics courses, our research team utilized a survey of attitudes towards statistics 36. We sought and received permission from its creator, Dr. Candice Shao, to use it free of charge for 1 year.
My name is Eleanor Pulliam. The SATS 36 is a valid, reliable, and copyrighted instrument. It has been used widely in research conducted in the United States and internationally. The SATS 36 consists of 36 prompt items scored on a Likert scale from 1 to 7, which assess 6 attitude components. These being affect, or students' positive and negative feelings concerning statistics; cognitive competence, students' attitudes about their intellectual knowledge and skills when applied to statistics; value, or students' attitudes about the usefulness, relevance, and worth of statistics in personal and professional life; difficulty, students' attitudes about the difficulty of statistics as a subject; interest, which is students' level of individual interest in statistics; and effort, the amount of work students expend to learn statistics. We received approval from the A-State Institutional Review Board for this study, and with the assistance of course professors, the survey was distributed online via Qualtrics to students enrolled in statistics courses in the spring 2020 term at 4 universities in the Mid-South: Arkansas State University, Jonesboro, Arkansas State University, Querétaro, or ASUQ, University of Arkansas Little Rock, UALR, and University of Memphis, U of M. Of these universities, 91 students were enrolled online and 108 in traditional statistics courses. The Qualtrics link containing the stats remained available to students for the first 2 weeks of their course. This was in order to ensure students' true first impression attitudes were reflected in our survey results. The data was then collected, entered, and analyzed in IBM SPSS 24 using a multivariate analysis of variance, MANOVA, with the instructional format traditional versus online being the independent variable and the 6 attitude components the dependent variables. Preliminary assumption testing was conducted to check for normality, linearity, univariate and multivariate outliers, homogeneity of variance-covariance matrices, and multicollinearity. Although some minor violations were noted, these did not impact the overall results. Additional demographic characteristics of students who completed the survey are noted in Table 1. Table 2 shows descriptive statistics on the 6 attitude components for students in online and traditional courses. As noted in Table 3, there was a statistically significant difference between attitudes toward online and traditional statistics courses on the combined dependent variables. When the results for the 6 dependent variables of the attitude components were considered separately, 2 differences reached statistical significance, using a Bonferroni adjusted alpha level of 0.008. These were affect and difficulty. An inspection of the mean scores indicated that students enrolled in the traditional courses reported higher levels of positive affect and lower levels of difficulty. In other words, these students felt more positive about the course and thought it would be easier compared to students enrolled in online statistics courses.
Hello everyone, my name is Annelle Charles. I'm a master's student in exercise science. My research study is about the validation of wearable technology in predicting VO2 max in distance runners. But before we start, let me introduce you to my faculty mentors that played a significant role in this project, Dr. V and Dr. Skidmore. So let's get started with some definitions. VO2 max represents the maximal volume of oxygen consumed by an individual during exercise. Therefore, aerobic capacity is a fundamental indicator for running coaches and athletes to track performances in endurance events. Traditionally, VO2 max is measured with an indirect calorimetry, like you can see on the left, which requires specific material and trained technicians, which can be a limitation for a lot of athletic facilities. However, on the other side, with the advancement of technology, now fitness devices can predict VO2 max, offering an affordable cost as well as an easier interpretation. This is why the validation of the accuracy of wearable technology is crucial to overcome the expensive cost of laboratory testing and give coaches and athletes accessibility to prediction tools. The purpose of the study was to examine the accuracy of VO2 max estimation using Garmin Forerunner 235 and Fowler M430 in Division I collegiate athletes. For the statistical analysis, I use SPSS. All data were reported as mean and standard deviation, and I use 3 different statistical techniques: the MAPE, equivalency testing, and the Blend-Ullman plots. "12 participants were recruited from the A-State cross-country team for this study. Each participant came to the lab twice. On test day, participants' G235 data were collected. The PM430 fitness test was then completed. And finally, participants' true VO2 max were measured by laboratory testing that served as criterion of measure. According to the statistical analysis, both G235 and PM430 overestimated the VO2 max when compared to the Krasinov measure. The equivalency testing reported that no devices was deemed equivalent. However, G235 was deemed more accurate compared to the PM430 device based on the low percent of error and missed the upper end by only 0.61. Previous studies suggested that the accuracy of VO2 max estimation could be influenced by two factors, the fitness level and the gender. ESCO 2011 examined polar F11 in the recreational male population and no significant difference were found. However, in contrast to the study in ESCO et al. 2014 that examined polar FT40 in women soccer players, the result reported that there were an overestimation when compared to the measuring criteria. In addition, Snyder et al. Examined the PV800 in recreational runners. The results suggested that the device was overestimating in men but not in women. However, no significant difference were found for Garmin device. Because the fitness level is directly linked to the resting heart rate, VO2 max prediction can vary from device to device. This can potentially be a reason why gender and fitness level seems to influence VO2 max prediction in Polar but not in Garmin. Similar results were found in our study. Some of our limitations that could have affected our result were the small sample size and the indifferentiation between men and women. In conclusion, in the interest of NCAA distance athletes to perform at the highest level, it is critical that athletes and coaches have access to accurate methods of fitness assessment for the purposes of training program design. According to the result of this study, we suggest that practitioners use the Garmin Forerunner 235 as an alternative to laboratory testing, as it's the most affordable option and the most accurate methods. However, due to the small sample size in the current study, caution should be used when predicting VO2 max with those methods. Further research is definitely warranted in this area. Thank you. Lastly, I'd like to thank all the participants that agreed to participate in that research. I'd like to thank the coaches, Coach Pachel and Coach Duval, for letting me doing research on the cross-country team. And thank you for listening. I hope you have a great one. Thank you.
Greetings and a warm welcome to all the viewers out there. It's a pleasure and privilege to bring this message to you all on the occasion of Create at A-State. I'm Abhijit Bhattacharya, the inaugural Dean of the College of Engineering and Computer Science. The Create at A-State is an annual event. As we all know, it's a culminating event where students get to showcase their research and creative activity accomplishments that they have worked very hard on over the last several months and maybe even more than a year, mentored by the outstanding faculty within the College of Engineering and Computer Science and faculty across the campus. As far as I'm concerned, this is my first opportunity to participate in this event. I joined this campus, this university, wonderful university, July 1st. Last year has been about 10 months. And I have witnessed firsthand the dedication, the hard work, and the motivation that's behind the wonderful research work that you have seen or will see at Create A-State, work by the students, mentored by the faculty. I've got to tell you that the focus within our college, and this college is a relatively new entity, brought together or created by bringing together the programs in engineering, electrical, mechanical, and civil, along with technology and computer science. So the focus in our college, that of my colleagues and myself, is very strongly on ensuring student success. And there are a lot of different factors that go into ensuring student success. They need the support within and outside the classroom to be successful. They need access to high impact student experiences, whether it be student club led competitions, steel bridge, concrete canoe, human powered vehicle, the Baja vehicle, or coding hackathons, either those or research experiences mentored by faculty in their labs. And students in the college work on a wide variety of research projects, whether it be in green and sustainable engineering or designing electronic circuits or designing databases from scratch or working in the research area of bioinformatics. The other critical component in ensuring student success and that enriching student experience is state-of-the-art facilities. So if you have been to the college recently or in years past, I invite you to come back a year from now. Of course, you are welcome to visit anytime, and I'd be delighted to meet with you. But if you come back a year from now, you're going to see very different, upgraded, modern facilities, specifically the student lounge, what we call as a student lounge, which functions also as the engineering, the computer lab, which will be upgraded. You will see, new networking spaces where students can meet, congregate, relax, meet with their peers, as also meet with faculty, mentors, and academic advisors. So this is part of an ongoing effort, and that effort will never stop, whether it be whether we are in normal times or we are not. We are in challenging times such as the one right now. The focus will never waver. We will always keep on focusing to make sure that the students have the support they need to be successful out there in the real world. So with those comments, I'm going to sign off. I wish you and your family all the best. I hope you stay safe. We are dealing with very challenging times, but I also know that with the strength that we have collectively and individually, we are going to overcome these challenging times and go back to what we love to do best: provide support to the students, make sure they have that wonderful experience as they go through their academic program before they graduate and become contributing professionals for the good of the Delta region, for the state, as well as the nation. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Wolves out.
Hello, this is Ryan Choudhury, a graduate student in Civil Engineering Department. My faculty mentor is Dr. Jahid Hussain. My presentation topic is on feasibility study of using a superior meter in measuring air void system to evaluate the durability in fresh concrete. The objective of this study is to measure the quality of air void system with a device named superior meter through SAM test. One of the main reasons having a good air void system in concrete is to resist freeze-thaw cycle. In cold regions, where temperature is very low, water molecules in concrete structure get freezed and expand in volume. As a result, the concrete feels a tensile stress within it, which leads to cracking and surface scaling, as you can see in the image of concrete pavement. All these effects lead to a less durable concrete. So it is very important to maintain an ideal air void system in concrete, which means the concrete should contain optimum air content, sufficient spacing between air voids with well dispersed pore. Figure A and B both have same volume of air, but B offer better protection for its small and greater number of air bubbles. As a result, concrete will be FT durable and the air loss over time is reduced. To analyze the air void parameter, different methods have been developed. The first method determines the spacing factor, which means average size or spacing between air voids, but it takes 7 days. The second method also gives an indication of durability, but the time length is nearly 3.5 months. The third one can be implemented on fresh concrete, but it will only give air volume but not size, which is required for FT durability. So SAM tests have been developed, which will give both air volume and air size expressing a SAM number within just 10 minutes. It is a modified version of pressure method. The device had been developed by Dr. Tyler Ray, professor of structural engineering in Oklahoma State University. This device is being widely used in different states and DOT projects. The slide is displaying a typical image of superior meter showing its different parts. There are two types of modes to conduct the test. SAM mode, which will give both air volume and SAM number, and the other mode is the type B, which will give only air volume as the pressure method will give. The modification of pressure method is done by applying two sequential pressurization. At first, deformation is investigated at 14.5, 30 and 45 psi, and then pressure is released. The same pressure steps are applied again to calculate the SAM number, which is the difference of first and second pressure steps. A high SAM number is obtained if the spacing factor of concrete is high. In this case, bubbles are far apart in the beginning, but applying pressure step 1 will give them result. So a large difference between the two pressure curve is obtained by applying pressure step 2. On the other hand, low spacing factor will give low SAM number. The graph is displaying spacing factor versus SAM number plot. ACI-201 recommends a spacing factor of 0.008 inch to make the concrete freeze-thaw durable, but as discussed earlier, the spacing factor determination needs 7 days. So it is not possible to have desired changes in concrete if the concrete doesn't meet the FT durable criteria. On the other hand, SAM number also identify FT durable criteria within 10 minutes. It has been observed that 0.20 psi and lower best correlated with 0.008 inch spacing factor. So in the graph, the concrete samples on the right side of the 0.2 psi SAM number doesn't meet the criteria, while the samples on the left side meet. Samples below the 0.00 inch spacing factor line meet criteria. So observing the limiting values, it can be said that SAM number agrees with 92% with the spacing factor determination. On this basis, in field, if SAM number is obtained less than 0.25, then the concrete can be accepted. Higher than 0.30 should be rejected. SAM value between 0.25 to 30 can be modified by adjusting air entraining agent. The capacity to make these real-time changes in fresh concrete make the SAM test more preferable over others. So over considering time length and capacity to determine SAM number, SAM test can be a good measure to identify more FT durable concrete.
Hello everyone. Today I will be talking about water desalination using silver deweighted on CNT materials and microfluidic channels. Drinking water crisis is one of the biggest challenges the world is facing right now. The global demand of drinking water has been increasing rapidly for the past years despite the evolution of water treatment technologies. The United Nations estimates that by 2025, half of the population will be living in a water-stressed area. The global water crisis is due to water pollution, climate change, population growth, wetter regions becoming wetter, and drier regions becoming drier. The vast majority of the growth in demand for water occurs in countries with developing economies like sub-Saharan countries in Africa and South Asian countries as shown on the map. As of today, there are three main water desalination techniques. The first one is water distillation, which uses heat to separate water from the salts. The second one is separation of ions with electrical currents. And the third is filtration. In recent years, filtration has been the most used method. Filtration can be done by reverse osmosis, nanofiltration, ultrafiltration, and microfiltration. All these desalination methods work, but they often require a lot of energy and they have a big carbon footprint. In recent years, scientists have been looking into carbon nanotubes, also known as CNTs, for water desalination. CNTs are layers of graphite wrapped into a tube. In the current desalination methods using CNT-based membranes, CNTs are functionalized at the tip or on the sidewall with positively charged functional groups like Na3-, and negatively charged functional groups like COO-. In the desalination process, anions are attracted to the positive functional groups and the cations are attracted to the negative ones. With this method, there is membrane degradation because of the treatments received by the CNTs. Those treatments alter their structure and mechanical properties. Additionally, the membranes are not durable and cannot be washed. This research proposes two novel desalination methods using silver deweighted on CNT mats and microfluidic channels. The purpose of these two new methods is to avoid the degradation and durability issues encountered with the current methods, in order to keep up with the growing demand of drinking water. The first proposal is the creation of a CNT-based membrane decorated with silver nanoparticles by using thin silver film deweighting. The goal of this method is to retain salt ions by means of electrostatic forces. The rejection of salts is created by shining light at a specific wavelength in order to cross-link the silver nanoparticles with electric fields. During the process, the cross-linked silver nanoparticles attract the ions present in the feed water and leaving a filtrate free of salts. This method has the benefit of not changing the structure of the CNTs since no chemical process is involved. Besides the preservation of the structure, the approach allows to wash the ions out of the membrane and then allowing to have a reusable mat. Silver can be deweighted on a CNT mat because deweighting happens at critical temperatures of 573.15 Kelvin and 1073.15 Kelvin, which are far less than the melting temperature of CNT. A research by Epsich and al. Demonstrated that it is possible to decorate CNT mats with silver nanoislands via deweighting. Another research conducted by Siok and al. Revealed the electric field cross-linking and that deweighting can be done by pulse light technique. The approach is cost-effective and easy to operate. Figure 4 shows nanoparticle cross-linked by an electric field at specific wavelength. Compared to the first approach discussed in the previous slides, the second method will focus on the use of microfluidic channels to perform the desalination instead of a membrane. Here, a silver film will be deweighted inside or outside a silicon dioxide tube. Silver deweighting is generally performed on a solid substrate, but it has been proved that silver can be deweighted on a flexible substrate. Just like with the previous approach, the resulting silver nanoparticles will be cross-linked with electric fields by shining lights. Throughout the desalination process, the cross-linked silver nanoparticles will attract the ions present in the feed water, producing desalted water. The benefit of using this approach is that the substrate can be patterned, and deweighting on silicon dioxide is a very well-known process. The figure shows the deweighting process as well as the scanning electron microscope image of silver nanoparticles formed by 3 pulse light shots on the left and 6 shots on the right. Thank you for watching.
Hello, this is Wu Min. I'm a junior in computer science at Arkansas State. The faculty mentor is Dr. Jay Qualls. My project is face recognition attendance check-in assistant for the classroom on Android smartphone. Nowadays, face recognition technologies have been utilized in many different fields like security, commerce, or healthcare. In the college classrooms, professors still use traditional ways like calling names or signing the roster for checking attendance. However, some students getting their friends to sign the roster for them. These methods turned out to be time-wasting and the accuracy is not guaranteed. The idea of this project is a mobile personalized application which can be used to check attendance of the whole classroom in just a few seconds by using smartphone camera. So, what is this project and what it does? vFace is an Android application project that can be used to keep track of attendance by using face analyzing technology from Microsoft with three main features. The group check mode is the main feature that makes this project different from other face recognition systems. It will automatically detect and compute similarities between all faces in the input photo and all faces in the class database, then return the identities of the students that have the highest similarity confidence score. The identified students will be displayed in three categories, which are in-class students, absent students, and unknown students. The second mode is the self-checking that the students need to line up in front of a device camera or pass it around to scan their faces individually. Attendance Manager is another important feature where the user can see the student's attendance history through an intuitive design user interface. Also, the professor can give students a fair grade based on the overall attendance rate in the class provided in the student profile. This project was built on native Android platform with Java programming language, and the Microsoft Face Analyzing technology was utilized ultimately in this project to detect as many faces as possible at one time. The testing data with standard college classrooms indicates that the rate of faces detected are 99%, depending on the quality of the photo. Google Firebase authentication and real-time database play important roles in ensuring data privacy, as well as real-time data updating. Users don't need to worry about losing data when changing the devices at all. The design of this system includes the two-way connections between user devices, cloud database, and face services, all connected via an API medium to make sure sends and requests can be processed at the same time to speed up the process of identifying. Why should we use vFace? This project provides a time-saving and high-accuracy solution for professors and instructors to keep track of attendance, also improves the student honesty. This project does not need an expensive camera system setup in each classroom, but working as just a regular app on a personal device that users can bring to any classroom. Moreover, this project supports multiple face detection that it can identify every student in the class at one time, reducing a big amount of time compared to other systems. All the student data could be imported from the school data or collected in the class to protect the privacy of data. The students might feel uncomfortable when a camera keeps pointed at them in the classroom all the time. This project will solve this problem. During the developing process, this project ran into some challenges. This is not the ideal solution for the classroom with more than 100 students, since the photo quality can be reduced, and that will affect the detecting ability. If identical twins are in the class, a confusing situation might occur because the similarity confidence score might drop to 50-50. For the future plan, all the features should be completed and be able to function properly to be released as the first official version. This project is currently only on the Android platform, so another implementation to support the iOS devices will be needed. carry out more researches to improve the ability of identifying high similarity phases. Thank you for listening and watching.
Hello, my name is Ahmed. I'm a senior student in electrical engineering, and my mentor is Dr. Kerr. And this is my research project, the Smart Solar Blinds. The idea of solar panel is to absorb the sunlight energy and then convert it to electrical energy and store it in a battery. This stored energy is ready to use whenever you need it, or you can use it directly to the grid supply. For the solar panel to be fully functional, it's really important to have full exposure to the sunlight. So the solar panels need to be constantly in direct contact with the sunlight. But this can be difficult to obtain the sunlight absorption through the day, because the Earth is constantly rotate and changes the position of the sun. To fix this problem, I had to ensure the panels are constantly facing the sun and aligned with the direction of the sun. So the solar panel should estimate and constantly rotate in the direction of the sun to achieve the maximum effect. So the idea was born. The idea is to make a solar panel mounted in the blinds that can rotate with the sun direction. This project presents the design, mechanism of operation, application, and overall benefit with the limitation involved in the use of smart solar blinds. For the design, there is two types to design the solar panel, which is active and passive solar tracker. Active tracker depends on a sensors. Passive tracking depends on a gravitational system. Passive tracker doesn't use any motors, no gears, and no controller. It just uses the sun heat to move liquid inside the panel from side to side, making the gravity to turn the track rack and follow the sun. But in this project, I'm going to use active tracker because I think it's more efficient. It tracks the sun from east to west using electronic sensor and servo. So for example, if it's cloudy or raining, the sensor will look for the brightest side of the sky and move the panels towards it. For the mechanism of operation, the solar panel has tracking controllers that detects the position of the sunlight and then sends data to the processor, and the processor sends commands to the controller to control the blind's position. There's two types of solar tracker, feedback or open loop controllers. The feedback are sensors made of photosensitive elements. Since the photosensor control tracker are horizontal due to disorientation at dawn or low insolation, an auxiliary tracking system that controls motor rotation is essential. The open-loop controller uses microprocessor but does not require any sensor in determining the sun position. Sun movement is predicted through an astronomical correlation programmed in the microprocessor, so that it can be anytime calculated the sun position. But the negative side of this controller that it could lead to errors in determining the sun position because of the clouds or low radiation. So in this project, I needed a fast microcontroller that operate in low voltage. So what I did is instead of getting Arduino, I made my own microcontroller that operate in 3.7 volts, which is less than what the Arduino operates, and it's perfect for my project. Microcontroller is used to control the rotation to ensure the alignment of the blinds with the direction of the sun. Figure 1 shows the electrical components of the system including Atmega 328, which is the chip that I use in my microcontroller. The two sensors in the flowchart shown in Figure 2 is to detect the sunlight and then sends the data out to the microcontroller to process the data, and sends the proper commands to control the solar panel. In the next slide, I will show the actual implementation and the final design of this project. Two sensors were placed, one in here and one here. Microcontroller, server, charging station. Microcontroller receives the feedback from the sensor and sends command back to the servo to control the blinds in the right sunlight position. Charging station have two outputs. It can charge any device through a USB and it can recharge a lithium battery. The smart blinds is fully and completely autonomous. The microcontroller in here, it powers by itself using the solar panel embedded on top of it. The charging station is on all the time and it charges the battery by itself and stops when it's full automatic. There is 5 circuits embedded in this project. All the solar panel is in series, 2 voltage booster up to 5 volts, an overcharge protection, and then microcontroller. In conclusion, the project was a success. The blinds constantly tracking the sun position and keep absorbing energy to use. This concept proves it's cheap and saves a lot of money and helps the ecosystem. For the future plans is to maximize the area of a solar panel to absorb energy and to study the stored energy over a day during each season. Also, improvement will be made during rainy season and cloudy conditions. In the next slide, I uploaded a short video. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Andrew Hammond, and I'm excited to share about our renewable energy research. The basis of the project is, with the growth of solar installations in our state, due to the fall of prices and rise in efficiencies in solar technology, what's the potential for that burst of renewables in Northeast Arkansas? What's stopping us? Do the power numbers warrant the upfront cost of solar? We set out to answer that, and to do that, a device and test was needed. After initial sketches and preliminary CAD drawings and multiple iterations throughout the design cycle, a unit we call Solidex was developed that tests photovoltaic panels of a different makeup, being monocrystalline, polycrystalline, and amorphous, at a certain angle range that is wheeled across campus to gather voltage and current outputs from a few different buildings at Arkansas State. Here you can see the complete build, including the battery, inverter, charge controller, and the 3 LCD displays. On the next slide here, I do have a stop motion video that kind of shows how the unfolding works. With a few drawer slides here that support the panels when they flip out, a couple casters to assist in that rolling, hinges at the side, a linear rail system on the back side here with 3D printed hinges to connect these, as well as a stop block right down in here that'll keep the angles at whatever angle that we need it again and again for each of our tests. I think in this case it's about 40 degrees from the ground. Now back to the poster. The Solidex here was tested at these 3 locations, being the Student Union, the Red Wolf Center, and the Lab Sciences building. Table 1 here is the result of monthly data collection that was averaged into weekly segments. The chart matched the theoretical numbers, so we knew it was working, as well as proved that having the correct azimuth angle based on the day of the year and the coordinates of where we were at Arkansas State, it does indeed reflect in the power efficiency of the panels. We kept it stagnant about 40 degrees throughout February, and you can observe a noticeable decline. Secondly, an experiment was done once to measure solar noon over a period of 5 hours. Again, as with the nature of the sun rising and setting, we expected this bell curve centered around the highest values being solar noon for that day. Ideally, we would have had gone on to gather enough data to more reliably estimate kilowatt hours in a year, as well as use the square footage of the Red Wolf Center to determine how many panels the roof could house and how much they could potentially cut into the electric bill of that building as savings. We did manage to successfully create a working photovoltaic or PV system from a wide amalgamation of parts and brands and differing wattages and amperages with 3 separate fuses within the circuit for added safety. That didn't get to be tested much, but I managed to charge my phone, run a desk fan, and even make a small Keurig for a cup of solar coffee. Nevertheless, the study still showed promising beginnings for a solar future in our region. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Jones. I will be presenting tunable nanoparticle surfaces for advanced propulsion under the direction and guidance of my mentor, Dr. Brandon Kemp. In 2015, an article published in Nature Photonics demonstrated that a graphene sponge could be propelled when the material is excited by a diode laser. This enhanced optical propulsion was theorized to be due to the negative momentum of ejected electrons, which can be seen in Figure 1. Using Mie scattering and force calculations, the momentum reversal was determined to be due to a nanoparticle's size and shape. It is important to note that Mie theory offers an exact solution for spherical scattering and has been used to validate approximate methods throughout the duration of this research. Further research utilizing Mie theory revealed that negative index materials were not required and the effects in rods could be tunable through light polarization. Figure 2 to the right has been used in my research to verify various methods of lossy analysis for Rayleigh theory. The objective of this research is to create a model for momentum reversal in nanoparticles, demonstrate tunable properties with light polarization, develop a surface based on an array of particles, and use multiple scattering theory for Rayleigh particles. The establishment of a proper algorithm for relating the results of Rayleigh theory with that of Mie is difficult due to the separation of total force into free and bound carrier forces. This is one of the main objectives of this work and has been the source of most complexity. The fields are derived according to the scattering potential analysis of the particle, which will directly result in the vector matrix representation seen in equation 1. This form is of the utmost importance because it allows for the analysis of both single and multiple particles from any incident direction. The polarizability describes a particle's ability to become polarized and is given in units of volume. The complex form used for this research has been proven to satisfy the conservation of momentum. This is accomplished by the inclusion of a dynamic term describing the radiation reaction seen in equation 4. These equations encompass the standard method for deriving the forces. It has been shown that the total force can be split into the gradient and scattering force seen in equation 7. The gradient force refers to the force due to the gradient of the field intensity, while the scattering force refers to the force due to the momentum of the electromagnetic wave. It should be noted that the scattering force seen in equation 9 provides a simplified means of obtaining a valid approximation of the force. The total force is given through the integration of a surface that just encloses the entire particle seen in figure 3a. The problem of bound and carrier force separation for this analysis is due to the nature of applying the Rayleigh fields with equation 11. Two aspects were considered, which include a method for obtaining the internal fields and the bounds of integration for the free carrier force. To obtain the internal fields needed for integration with equation 11, we apply the boundary conditions and phase matching. Utilizing the tangential constitutive relations, which augment the electric field in the normal direction as a ratio of bound over particle permittivity, we arrive at the internal field. The bounds of integration for the force on free currents using equation 11 are set just inside the boundary of the particle as seen in figure 3b. The force on bound currents and charge is then found using equation 12. For multiple particle analysis, individual Rayleigh particles are treated as dipoles. From the expanded form of the partial scattering field equation, it can be shown that this term results in a summation seen in equation 13. Figure 4 demonstrates two core shell nanoparticles due to Rayleigh scattering. Figure 5 was used as a means of validating the total force with the results of Mie theory. The major conclusion is that the integration of the Minkowski stress tensor is validated and that the scattering force equation provides an adequate approximation for rapid calculation. Figures 6 and 7 represent the results from the lossless case for wavelengths of 1064, which is a 20th of a wavelength and therefore well within the Rayleigh regime seen on the left, and 532 nanometer, which is a 10th of a wavelength seen on the right. These results were vital as an initial step to establishing a path to multiple particle analysis. Figure 8 describes the range of wavelengths in which Rayleigh analysis is relatively accurate. It can be seen in this figure that the accuracy of Rayleigh theory diminishes as lambda goes to 0. Therefore, it can be concluded that our method delivers the expected results for accuracy within the Rayleigh regime. Lossy analysis is vital for demonstrating material interactions within predetermined environments. Figure 9 to the left displays a low-loss system. The force on bound carriers goes from negative to positive, which is backed by prior findings. Figure 10 on the right demonstrates a higher loss system, which for a positive permittivity value is relatively accurate. Since Mie theory is highly complex for computational purposes, it is more advantageous to apply Rayleigh theory for the analysis of multiple particles. For these studies, the time harmonic fields utilizing the Minkowski stress tensor were used. Consideration for the bounds of integration for the time average force was then given in the determination of the total free carrier and bound carrier forces. In the future, the method of integration for the Minkowski stress tensor will be applied to multiple particles. Once the code has been validated, materials and surfaces can then be studied and applied in accordance. I would like to acknowledge the following. The following are references used for this presentation.
Hello everyone, this is Shumon Roy, doctoral student of Environmental Science program. Today I am going to present my poster on multi-scale investigation of aging effects on paving asphalt binders, which is supervised by Dr. Zahid Hussain, Associate Professor of Civil Engineering, Estate. Here you can see my poster at a glance that I am presenting right now. To find the research gap, I have conducted an extensive literature review. Previous studies shows that asphalt binders become stiffer and brittle due to aging that cause to asphalt hardening and reduce the service life of the pavement. It is also found that aging can influence to developing pavement distresses, including fatigue and thermal cracking, as shown in figure below. Researchers also found that aging process can change the rheological, mechanical, and chemical properties of the asphalt binders. Recently, researchers are more interested in using advanced technology and nanoscale measurements for pavement analysis and design, which is called atomic force microscope. It provides an atomic level visual observation. It interprets the changes in microstructures and phase differences. It establishes the correlations between morphology and mechanical properties. Here at the top right, you can see the FM probe, and top left you can see the FM machine, and the diagram shows the basic principle that is used by the FM tool. The major objectives of this study are to evaluate the aging effect on asphalt binders, micromechanical properties, and micro and macro level, and to recommend the suitable asphalt binder for pavement construction. Materials and test methodology. For materials, 4 different types of asphalt binders are used, where PG64-22 binders is selected as a control binder because this binder is widely used for roadway construction in Arkansas. And these binders are collected from 2 different sources, and both sources are approved by Arkansas Department of Transportation. Test methodology. Here you can see the flow chart showing the major steps involved in this study. You can also see the dry sample and wet condition sample preparation techniques for FM test. For FM test, I used a peak force quantitative nanomechanical mapping mode, where the scan area was 10 micrometer by 10 micrometer and the scan rate was 0.5 hertz per second. Here you can see the microscopic morphology of the asphalt binders. The left column is for unmodified, the middle column is for artificial, and the right column is for pure binder. Here you can see the surface roughness changes due to the aging conditions. Also the V structures were found to be significantly increased or changes due to the aging. Table shows the DMT modulus and adhesion force values obtained from FM. It can be said that DMT modulus and adhesion force values are increased due to aging effect. Also, base binders had the highest increment, whereas PPA plus SBS modified binder had the least increment. This table shows the macro level test results, which is a rotational viscosity and dynamic shear rheometer. Based on this table, it can be shown that for RV results, S1 binders are stiffer, higher viscosity than the S2 binders. And for DSR results, PPA plus SBS modified binder showed the maximum increment in rotting factor. Conclusions and recommendations. Based on the RV test results, it is evident that asphalt binders becomes stiffer due to aging. FM test results showed that binder surface roughness, DMT modulus, and adhesion forces all are increased due to aging. Aging indices also shows that base binder is expected to experience premature fatigue distresses than modified binders. Finally, it can be concluded that base binders modified with SBS alone or PPA is suitable for highway construction. I would like to acknowledge Transit in Region 6, NSF, Arkansas Department of Transportation, the Office of Research and Technology at the State, Ergon and Paragon Tech Services, and other suppliers for testing materials, Creative State and associated team, including staff, faculty members, judges, and their time and effort to make this conference successful and giving me the opportunity to present my research. Thank you all. These are the references. Thank you all for your valuable time.
Hello everyone, this is Tandra Bakchi, graduate student of civil engineering, and my research is on determination of compatibility analysis between asphalt binder and aggregates by using surface free energy technique. And my mentor is Dr. Jahid Hussain, associate professor of civil engineering. This is the poster I am presenting here. As I mentioned earlier, this project is about compatibility analysis of asphalt binders and aggregates. So why this project is so important? The main thing is most Department of Transportation are facing problems such as pavement distress, stripping and other things. Here these three images shows different kinds of stripping. So the reason behind is poor compatibility. So this research aims to find out the suitable asphalt binder and aggregates for pavement design. Now, the first objective of this research is to calculate the surface free energy component of asphalt binders and aggregates, and the second objective is to determine compatibility between asphalt binders and aggregates so that we can find suitable asphalt and binder and aggregate combination. For this research, four types of asphalt binders are selected, which is from two different sources. One is Canadian and another one is Arabian. And two types of aggregates, one is sandstone and another one is gravel, is selected for this research. And this table shows the details of the test materials. In this research, a cell drop method was conducted for calculating surface free energies of both asphalt binder and aggregates. Surface free energy of materials has three components, which is acidic component, basic component and Lipschitz van der Waals component. And the work of cohesion and adhesion was calculated from these surface free energies, and from that surface free energy we can determine the compatibility ratio. This is the overall methodology for this research. So after literature review and sample collection, I prepared the asphalt sample and also the aggregate sample, and by preparing this sample I tested in a optical contact angle device test, and three probe liquids are used: water, ethylene glycol and formamide for this test, and from this I find some contact angles of asphalt binders and for also the aggregates. After doing optical contact angle test for asphalt binders, I found different contact angles, and here you can see a decreasing trend is found for contact angles when the PG grade is increasing. So this means that the polymer modification of asphalt binder make the samples stiffer, and also you can see here the source 2 binder is more stiffer than the source 1 binders. By using the contact angle, surface free energy component is calculated. In the left image here, the surface free energy component, I mean acidic, basic and Lipschitz van der Waals components are shown, and in the right image the work of cohesion is shown, and from this right image you can see the S1B1 is the highest cohesion energy, and it is the best binder between these 8 binders. Here the table shows the addition between asphalt binders and gravel. Here you can see the source on binder of S1B4, which is the highest compatibility ratio is 0.76, and the qualitative grading is B. That means it is good. So the asphalt binder S1B4 with gravel, it shows good compatibility. And this table shows the addition between asphalt binder and the sandstone, and here you can see S1B4 binder is the most compatibility ratio, which is 0.75, and the qualitative grading is B. That means it is good. So we will choose S1B4 for sandstone. Based on the previous findings, S1B1 binder is more qualified with sandstone and gravel, but between sandstone and gravel is showing more compatibility ratio, which is 0.76. So we will choose S1B4 binder and gravel for pavement design. Finally, I want to thank Transit, Ergon and Paragon Tech Service Inc. and Apex Central Quarry for their support. Thank you all.
Welcome to my poster presentation. This is MD Rafiul Islam. My poster title is Estimation of Seismic Site Coefficient by Ground Response Analysis for Northeast Arkansas. Me, MD Rafiul Islam and MD Ariful Hassan are the author of this research project. Our faculty mentor is Dr. Jahid Hussain. This is the total view of my poster presentation, and at first I would like to start with the abstract portion. Several recent studies have predicted several seismic hazard scenarios which are alarming for the people of Jonesboro and the surrounding areas. In the recent years, several new bridges have been proposed for new highways or improvement of existing highways within the Craighead County. With the existing vulnerability due to the presence of active fault nearby and higher seismic design force requirement, future investment for bridge repairs and construction are critical issues. The objective of this study is to estimate seismic site coefficient for the area by ground response analysis and compare the new site coefficient with previously estimated coefficient by researchers and state agencies such as ASU, ASC, NEHRP. These site response analyses have been performed by a platform called Deep Soil version 7.0, and in the Deep Soil version 7.0, equivalent linear analysis and non-linear site response analysis have been carried out. Finally, seismic acceleration site coefficient will be estimated for different locations around the city. This study will help the city and state highway design engineer to calculate the design force for future bridges by avoiding expensive field investigation. The objectives of the study is to characterize the shear of velocity profile of the soil down to bedrock, collect and adjust appropriate input earthquake acceleration, simulate the propagation of input ground motion from bedrock to the ground surface, develop surface response spectrum, calculate the amplification factor. This is the geology of Northeast Arkansas, which consists of several layers. At the bottom, it is pelagic rock, and the depth of subsurface layer ranging from 200 meter to 1000 meter. This is the methodology which includes the shear of velocity profile collection, variability analysis of shear of velocity profile, performing deaggregation analysis, obtaining magnitude of earthquake and source to site distance from deaggregation analysis, collection of earthquake histories, developing ground motion from selected earthquake histories, selection of uniform hazard spectrum as targeted design spectrum, then matching of ground motion with the targeted design spectrum, use of this matched ground motion in the site-specific ground motion response analysis, performing equivalent linear analysis and non-linear analysis using the site response analysis code Deep Soil 7.0, estimate surface response spectrum as well as amplification factor, and finally developing a delineated design spectrum. Several analyses have been carried out. This is one of them. This figure shows the soil profile of Mark tree. Left of the figure shows the different layer of soil, and right of the figure shows the different properties of soil. This has been performed in the Deep Soil 7.0. Figure 3 shows the surface response spectrum of Mark tree using non-linear analysis in Deep Soil 7.0. This is the graphical representation of surface spectral acceleration versus earthquake time period, and figure 4 shows the comparison of surface response spectrum versus input response spectrum using nonlinear analysis. From this figure 4, it can be concluded that the seismic site coefficient is getting de-amplified for shorter period of time, like 0.1 second to less than 1 second, and getting amplified for longer period of time, 1 second to 10 seconds. Same analysis have been performed using equivalent linear analysis, and from the figure 6 it can be concluded that the seismic site coefficient is getting amplified for shorter period of time as well as longer period of time while using the equivalent linear analysis in Deep Soil 7.0. This may happen because equivalent linearity may not capture the soil behavior properly at higher extent. Besides constant stiffness and damping used in equivalent linearity may give higher value at short period, but it is well pronounced that the deep deposited soil column has deep impact on site amplification factor. In this analysis, some values were assumed. Besides, only kg motion have been selected as input ground motion to come up with the final recommendation. More ground motions need to be accommodated for site-specific ground motion response analysis, as well as actual soil properties need to be accumulated. That is it. Thank you all. Stay safe.
Hello everyone, this is Shumon Roy, doctoral student of Environmental Science program. Today I am going to present my poster on multi-scale investigation of aging effects on paving asphalt binders, which is supervised by Dr. Zahid Hussain, Associate Professor of Civil Engineering, Estate. Here you can see my poster at a glance that I am presenting right now. To find the research gap, I have conducted an extensive literature review. Previous studies shows that asphalt binders become stiffer and brittle due to aging that cause to asphalt hardening and reduce the service life of the pavement. It is also found that aging can influence to developing pavement distresses, including fatigue and thermal cracking, as shown in figure below. Researchers also found that aging process can change the rheological, mechanical, and chemical properties of the asphalt binders. Recently, researchers are more interested in using advanced technology and nanoscale measurements for pavement analysis and design, which is called atomic force microscope. It provides an atomic level visual observation. It interprets the changes in microstructures and phase differences. It establishes the correlations between morphology and mechanical properties. Here at the top right, you can see the FM probe, and top left you can see the FM machine, and the diagram shows the basic principle that is used by the FM tool. The major objectives of this study are to evaluate the aging effect on asphalt binders, micromechanical properties, and micro and macro level, and to recommend the suitable asphalt binder for pavement construction. Materials and test methodology. For materials, 4 different types of asphalt binders are used, where PG64-22 binders is selected as a control binder because this binder is widely used for roadway construction in Arkansas. And these binders are collected from 2 different sources, and both sources are approved by Arkansas Department of Transportation. Test methodology. Here you can see the flow chart showing the major steps involved in this study. You can also see the dry sample and wet condition sample preparation techniques for FM test. For FM test, I used a peak force quantitative nanomechanical mapping mode, where the scan area was 10 micrometer by 10 micrometer and the scan rate was 0.5 hertz per second. Here you can see the microscopic morphology of the asphalt binders. The left column is for unmodified, the middle column is for artificial, and the right column is for pure binder. Here you can see the surface roughness or changes due to the aging conditions. Also the V structures were found to be significantly increased or changes due to the aging. Table shows the DMT modulus and adhesion force values obtained from FM. It can be said that DMT modulus and adhesion force values are increased due to aging effect. Also, base binders had the highest increment, whereas PPA plus SBS modified binder had the least increment. This table shows the macro-level test results, which is a rotational viscosity and dynamic shear rheometer. Based on this table, it can be shown that for RV results, S1 binders are stiffer, higher viscosity than the S2 binders. And for DSL results, PPA plus SBS modified binders showed the maximum increment in rating factor. Conclusions and recommendations. Based on the RV test results, it is evident that asphalt binders becomes stiffer due to aging. FM test results showed that binder surface roughness, DMT modulus, and adhesion forces all are increased due to aging. Aging indices also shows that base binder is expected to experience premature fatigue distresses than modified binders. Finally, it can be concluded that base binders modified with SBS alone or PPA is suitable for highway construction. I would like to acknowledge Transit in Region 6, NFSF, Arkansas Department of Transportation, the Office of Research and Technology at State, Ergon and Paragon Tech Services, and other suppliers for testing materials, Creative State and associated team, including staff, faculty members, judges, and their time and effort to make this conference successful and giving me the opportunity to present my research. Thank you all. These are the references. Thank you all for your valuable time.
I'm Carl Case, Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Communication at Arkansas State University. I bring you greetings on behalf of the faculty, staff, and students of the college. Our college hosts degree programs in humanities, social sciences, fine arts, communication, and media. We are the host of events at the Fowler Center, including the Riceland Speaker Series, the Bradbury Art Museum, the Music Department Productions, and Theater Productions. Our students engage their communities through service learning and effective internships. We encourage them to present their knowledge and research in various venues. One of these venues is Create at State. Our presenters today include Heather Cooper. Heather is a junior majoring in communication studies. Her presentation, Coercive Control Inside Abusive Relationships, a study of mistreated women and fundamental interpersonal relations orientations theory, examines the impacts of coercive control, a type of domestic violence, on individuals and relationships. Nathan Grimes. Nathan is an outstanding history major who is also pursuing minors in art history, French, and medieval studies. His career at A-State includes research assistantships and publications with faculty. His potential for graduate study is demonstrated with his presentation of Traces of a Forgotten City Church, Église Sainte-Croix de la Cité, and the 16th Century Estate Inventory. Jordan Mokeen. Jordan is an undergraduate Bachelor of Arts major with a concentration in music composition and a minor in psychology. He has composed a great deal of music for acoustic and electronic media. For Jordan, the impulse to create music originates from such diverse sources as the works of other artists, psychology, literature, and the nuanced, often overlooked aspects of everyday life. Connor Scroggins. Connor is an undergraduate Bachelor of Music major with a concentration in music composition. His honors thesis explores aspects of logic and reasoning in the linguistic organization of sound in a musical work. His electronic work, Impetus, was selected to be performed at the National Student Electronic Music event at the University of Illinois last February. Kiara Crenshaw is an outstanding BFA student in the Department of Art plus Design. Excelling in both her artistic practice and academic career, she was the featured speaker at the first-year convocation in 2018, a perfect representative of PAC Pride. Sam Muir. Sam is a senior undergraduate student who is completing his BA in English with a certificate in digital humanities. Sam is particularly interested in how digital writing influences our physical identities, how literary and writing scholarship intersects with the digital landscape, and how digital writing can be used to advocate for marginalized groups and educate the general public. Ken Willett. Take Me Anywhere is an abstract wall composition heavily inspired by Ken Willett's visit to the Caribbean and the dawning realization that the beauty found there is fleeting. This three-dimensional artwork addresses drastic planet and oceanic change, specifically from acidification, pollution, and climate change. The completed work utilizes only discarded items, junk, and scrap materials. Samantha Hostetler is a senior undergraduate student who is completing her BA in history with a certificate in digital humanities. Samantha's academic interests include digital humanities, public history, early American history, and European history. Following graduation, she plans to pursue a graduate degree and career path in public history. Josh Pryor is enrolled in an honors option section of Theater History 2. This course examines performing arts iconography by analyzing images in order to characterize these theater historically. Josh has curated contributions from several classmates on this presentation. I hope you enjoy their work.
Hello, my name is Heather Cooper. Today I want to talk to you about coercive control inside domestic violence relationships. Coercive control is a subtype of domestic violence that often goes unnoticed, but it can leave more long-term damage than any violent act in itself. Coercive control can be summed up using what I call red flags. These red flags include jealousy, possessiveness, isolation from friends and family, extreme finance control, verbal put-downs, prevention from work and school. Many times these victims are brainwashed into thinking that this is normal and this is okay and this is what they're supposed to do, so they stay for years and years with their abusers. They also may be harassed by stalking or phone calls or calls to Child Protective Services when they are in fact not the violent offenders their abusers are. I used the theory called FIRO, which stands for Fundamental Interpersonal Relational Orientation Theory. It's by William Schutz. And this theory says that all humans need inclusion, control, and affection. Obviously, if these women are in these bad situations with their children, they don't feel inclusion because they aren't around friends and family. They can't feel included in anything other than with their abuser. They don't have control over their lives, everything in their life, from their thoughts, their behaviors, their clothing, their way that they parent, is all controlled by their abuser, including their career. They don't have affection because many of times the only affection they receive is from their abuser, and the abuser does this in manipulative ways to gain either sexual advances or ways to keep the victim from leaving them. The method that the court systems use at the moment is the violence model, and this says that these abusers can get a misdemeanor for these things, and past court cases are not brought up if they have done violent acts or harassment acts in the past. With a new model called the coercive control model, past court cases can be brought up. And the United Kingdom has actually already started doing this. And with this new model, evidence from the past can be shown that these abusers have done these things repeatedly and they have a track record, and it will show that they aren't going to change, and it will prove that these women are not crazy and they are not lying, and they and their children really do need help from outside sources. The key findings that I found are that coercive control is a very big issue today. It's an ongoing issue for women and for children, especially in the South, because many times abuse is behind closed doors and other people don't want to get involved, so they turn away. But something needs to be done, and I hope that further research is made on this topic so that women and children in these situations can get help and can have a brighter future. Thank you.
While doing research for one of my professors by translating the deck section of a 16th century estate inventory, I came across a brief discussion of a Parisian church, the Église Sainte-Croix de la Cité. Upon further research, I found that not only was the structure buried under 19th century changes to Paris, but very few traces of its existence had survived in the scholarship, and it was barely discussed in texts about church architecture in the French capital. However, by using this estate inventory, it is possible to reconstruct a little of this church's history. The document was made in 1533 after the death of Chicard Bailly, a Parisian artisan. Much of it consists of an inventory of items that he owned at the time of his death, which my professor had already translated. I had the opportunity to undertake the translation of the segment dedicated to debts. Mostly dealing with the money that Chicard was owed, it is in items 4 and 7 of this section where mention of this lost church is found. Completed in the 12th century, the church was once situated on Paris's well-known Ile de la Cité. Demolished in 1797, no evidence of the original structure remains. Les Églises Flamboyantes de Paris, by Agnes Bose, a reliable source for information on Parisian churches, only includes a small section on the church. By supplementing the information contained in this book with new discoveries gleaned from the debt section of the estate inventory, it is possible to reconstruct a little more about the story surrounding this missing structure. From Bose, we know that in 1451 and 1454, the church wardens purchased 2 houses that were situated adjacent to the church. These were demolished and new work commenced, both adding onto and remodeling the original Romanesque church. Work was ongoing in 1499, with the church being consecrated in 1511, though the construction was not completed until 1529. Beyond that sequence of dates, little is known about the project. This is where the estate inventory comes in, however. Item 4 of the inventory, dated January 8, 1522, tells of how Pierre de Fou, Nicolas Legrand, and Guillaume Delamere owed 24 livres tournois to Chicard for reasons that are not specified in the text. A not insignificant sum, what is interesting in this case is that the group owed the sum to Chicard in their capacity as governors of the Confraternity of Saint-Hildebert, which we know from the government was founded and headquartered at Sainte-Croix de la Cité. Chicard himself was a member of this group. Item 7 is dated August 26, 1523, over a year later. This time, the governors owe 12 livres tournois to not only Chicard, but also to his son, Jérôme Bailly. The question here is, why would the confraternity owe money to its own members? As mentioned in the document, the confraternity of Saint-Hildebert was founded and headquartered at Sainte-Croix de la Cité. This was typical of confraternities, as they were by definition an association of laypersons that was approved by the Church, and was dedicated to performing acts of piety or charity for their community. So, why would the confraternity have owed money to Shikar and his son? A couple possibilities make sense when put into the context of the church reconstruction, since the father and son were owed the money in 1522 and 1523, less than a decade before construction on the building was completed in 1529. First, it is possible that the money owed to Shikar was something that was owed to the other members as well. Members of a confraternity owed regular dues to the organization, so one explanation could be that extra money was requested from each of the members in an effort to fund the remaining construction and then repaid when possible. Or it could have been for a specific part of the construction. Confraternities often had chapels in the churches specific to their organization, and in 1511 we know that 3 altars had been consecrated, one of them to Saint Ildebert, the namesake of the confraternity. This suggests a small, separate chapel, which could have been what Shikar and Jehan had put money towards. A second explanation is that the payments was specific to Shikar and Jehan, perhaps for services rendered. As artisans, the two could have had a part in creating some of the ornamentation that became part of the structure, and so could have been paid by the confraternity for doing so. In conclusion, we now know that in 1522 and 1523, the confraternity of Saint-Hildebert, whose governors included Pierre de Fou, Nicolas d'Alegrand, and Guillaume de la Mare, owed money to 2 of its members, Chicard Bailly and his son, Jehan, for unspecified reasons. Those reasons may, however, be linked to the ongoing reconstruction of the church, and therefore could have either been repayments of money borrowed for construction expenses, or payment for services rendered to the ornamentation of the new space. Either way, a little more of this lost city church's history has been uncovered, and it is all thanks to what may at first seem an unlikely source, the estate inventory made after the passing of Chicard Bailly.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? My name is Jordan Moquin, and I am really excited for this opportunity to share Ethiopian music culture with y'all. I know these are weird times, but I'm really glad we could make this work, so I'll get right into it. So yeah, influence of Ethiopian music culture. I'll just start off with some artists that I've been influenced by. I think that have a lot of relevancy. First one, Aznakech Worku. She is obviously an Ethiopian musician. She plays an instrument called a krar, which is a 5 or 6 string bowl-shaped lyre. You can maybe think about the guitar, but with a little less resonance. It's a very unique instrument with its own voice for sure. Next artist I will mention is Hailu Mirza. He's probably one of the more notable Ethiopian artists out there. He plays things like the synthesizer or drum machines, a lot of analog instruments coming out of the 70s and 80s. He's had a lot of his albums reissued over the past few years or so in like record stores around America, I know for sure. The next one I'm going to talk about is Adana Teka. He plays the masinko, and the masinko is a single string bowed lute. You can kind of like shred on it. It's very virtuosic playing. It's also has its own voice. You can definitely pick it out for sure. It's very interesting. And then the last artist, or the other artist I should say, that was influenced by Getachew Mikura, and he just plays the saxophone. I think all of these artists, what they have in common is, in their playing at least, is they all kind of play out of this pentatonic modal system they call the kenet, which is comprised of tezeta, bati, embasal, and anchahoy. So kind of 4 different pentatonic systems. And a lot of Ethiopian music, especially with these artists, they have a lot of repetition going on, especially in the melodies and the rhythms as well, which creates this sort of significant form. And kind of analyzing the form is really interesting
especially when they use their own their own Ethiopian instruments like the krar and the masinko. So all that together really it really makes something unique. I kind of got into all of this through my own creative endeavors I kind of discovered it through my obsession with neo-psychedelia music, which kind of got me into free jazz and world music and ultimately Ethiopian music. Just out of my own self-interest and curiosity, I think digging deeper really allows a musician to sort of grow and expand their sort of musical competency. And I mean, I think through that too, it helps us kind of connect with each other, with people in different cultures, our understanding of one another and our compassion for one another. So I think discovering this kind of music really opened up my eyes, not just with influence on my own compositions as a musician or playing, but also sort of like treating people in different cultures and respecting and getting something out of it, because I think anyone can get something out of a different culture if you have like an open mind, and I think it would help us for sure, just being compassionate for one another. I will include one of my compositions that was influenced by Ethiopian music, and I will also put in a clip of the demonstration of the krar that I mentioned. So yeah, thank y'all so much for having me, and thank you for this opportunity.
Hello, I'm Connor Scroggins, and I'm here to share my research on musical logic under the mentorship of Dr. Timothy Christ. So, when we talk about musical logic, we refer to the organization of musical material. Organization is perceived when we create a focus on specific musical elements, creating a limitation of material and a consistency through that limitation. In this consistency, we perceive a coherent musical idea being conveyed. So how do we create a sense of organization in music? Well, the artistic experience is the same as the human experience. We perceive events and elements of reality and reflect on those experiences. We communicate our ideas drawn from these reflections in both verbal and artistic languages. Thus, coherence in music is a reflection of the organization that we perceive in reality. Just as we present coherent ideas through words, we may construct musical languages that act similarly in reflecting our ideas. So, here's an 18th century example of logic in music. Let's listen to this excerpt from Bach's Fifth Brandenburg Concerto. Notice how we perceive two different consistencies in this excerpt. So, while both sections are clearly apart from each other, they are, in and of themselves, very distinct and unified. Individually, they are very consistent in rhythm, register, instrumentation, and volume. Overall, we perceive one clear idea and then another clear idea. So, this concerto reflects Bach's culture. This is important. Culture is a culmination of not only our experiences, but also our biases, which are reflections that shape how we experience reality. We are not just guided through experience by a sensation alone. Our mind itself also guides in our experience through bias. In this way, the piece by Bach is a culture in and of itself that represents a bias toward experiencing rigidly separate and clearly organized ideas and elements of reality. However, in the human experience, we may also experience a lack of organization. Since musical organization is about reflecting our experiences, musical logic is involved in both organization and chaos. In other words, it is involved with how we build up and break down musical consistencies. In this, we feel an idea more loosely changing. We feel an uncertainty as to exactly what it is. So, In contrast to Bach, let's fast forward to a 20th century composer named Arnold Schoenberg. He was very interested in exploring the potential of musical logic and presenting musical ideas organically. Let's look at the beginning of his Fantasy for Violin and Piano. At first it may look like a mess, but there's actually some consistencies we can notice. The violin and piano are in disagreement. One sounds, then the other sounds, throwing short little phrases at each other. The violin has upward gestures, whereas the piano has downward gestures. Notice how each time they play a short phrase, they play mutated repetition of something they've played before. They play a more intricate, sophisticated version of their upward or downward gesture. So let's see what we hear with these things in mind. So the overall effect of this passage is that we hear the overall growth of a large idea rather than the individual ideas alone. We hear this passage as one large musical statement built from many smaller ideas, just like letters of a word and words of a sentence. We hear a musical language reflecting on the experience of uncertainty and growth, yet an identity we see from that overall growth. So let's look at a bit of the culmination of my research. Here's a fragment of a piece I've written using ideas of logic. Listen for how I organize ideas and build a consistency on the first page, and then interrupt that consistency on the second page, causing the musical idea to become unstable and gradually change into another idea. Overall, musical logic has taught me how I can build musical languages and understand other musical languages. It also gives an insight into the nature of experience and how we can use the logic of our ever-growing experience of events, objects, ideas, and culture to create things and solve problems in the arts and in many fields spanning beyond the arts, in more vividly sharing and refining our human experience. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kiera Crenshaw, and I am currently a junior at Arkansas State University, getting a degree in studio art with an emphasis in drawing and painting. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my mentor and lovely Professor Catherine Baker for overseeing this project as well. So for today, I will be discussing one of my favorite paintings I've created so far, Parental Guidance. So hope you enjoy it. The foundation in which the home is built upon has a substantial impact on our evolution as human beings. Do the walls stand tall, holding the roof well into the stars, or do they crumble into the depths of the earth? These are the hallways that will lead us towards the life we have yet to know. In this painting, Parental Guidance, I have brought us into the living room of an absent figure, a forced reflection into the tale of our own home. The blue, cold walls trap us into a space with two faceless figures who sit rigid on the couch, feet apart, staring into our eyes. Behind them is a mirror in which we see our own figure staring back at the powerful forms in front of us. First, we have a male who dominates the foreground, enclosed by the wrath of the dark shadows from the couch and his shirt. His body is closed off, further asserting his dominance, steadily crossing his hands at the wrist, allowing his arms to fall onto his knees. This relaxed yet rigid pose addresses his confidence in his place of power, preventing anyone to surpass him. On the other hand, there is a figure forced into the background, a female who hides behind the table in front of her. Except, rather being surrounded by dark shadows, she's embraced with the glow of a light which bounces off the white of her shirt and the table. Her arms are open, a caring figure silently asking for you to come to her. However, her pose remains the same as the male, rigid, static, trapped behind its dominant aurora. And then there is you, standing between the two figures in conflict, unable to move to disrupt the only structure that holds the walls of your home together. The house is cold, painted with quick brushstrokes connecting to the chaos in a seemingly silent household. But at least it is a house that still stands. The inspiration behind this psychological dynamic comes from Jan van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait from 1434, which is famously known for the iconic double portrait. The scene crafted within this painting is a supposed marriage ceremony between Giovanni Arnolfini and Giovanna Canami. Within their extravagant home, the two figures share a gentle embrace. Giovanni holds his lover's hand and the other is raised in oath, looking towards the viewers who witness the scene before them. These two viewers can be seen as the eye is led to a single mirror between the couple, which actually shows their reflection. In the mirror, we see the backside of the couple, but also the figures who hold their attention. There's one figure, which can be labeled right here, who is seen wearing bright blue clothing. That is presumed to be Van Eyck, and then there is another individual behind him, who is seen wearing red. These are onlookers to the scene before them, much like the abstracted form within the mirror of parental guidance. This complex interaction really allows us to reflect on who made us what we are. What is the dynamic that shaped your own being? Did we resonate with the absent yet so seemingly present character who watches as our home becomes nothing but a house? Do you see something more? A friend, a teacher, or perhaps even a stranger? Who are the people that guided you to who you are now, and what was their effect on your life? The foundation of our home, the people who follow, interact with us as we grow, determine who we become, where we fall, and where we will go. Did your walls stand tall, guiding you towards the sky, or did they merely collapse with every step you took? Who are the people that built your walls? Who makes up your home?
Hi, my name is Sam Muir and I am an English student at Arkansas State University. I am under the direction of Dr. Andrea Davis, and my research project, English Professors at R1 Doctoral Universities in the South 2019 through 2020, is a digital humanities project that visualizes the makeup of English tenure-track professors at public R1 universities in the South according to their demographics, creates a network of professors according to research interests, and acts as a central directory for professors to find other R1 universities and professors. This research project is housed on the website Scalar, which allows for multimodal and nonlinear publications. This was very important when deciding on how to structure this media project. The two main purposes of this project are collaboration and awareness. Digital humanities is a collaborative effort, and I believe that collaboration is key in many large-scale projects, whether it is grounded in the digital humanities or another discipline. Collaboration creates networks between academics, grants opportunities that can't be gained through solo research work, and offers the chance to explore new interesting ideas outside of the academic's personal bubble. For this project, I constructed a dataset detailing the race, gender, location of highest degree earned, and research and teaching interests of all tenure-track English professors at R1 doctoral universities in the South. For my dataset, I chose the 12 states most commonly named as Southern states. There are 33 R1 doctoral universities in these states. To obtain my data about each professor, I first navigated to their professional academic bios listed on the home university's website. These pages are attached in the directory of this project. From here, I look for the following data points I mentioned above earlier: race, the name of the professor, location of highest degree earned, research and teaching interests, and gender. I did the same process for 1,267 professors and found 3,193 research and teaching interests. The spreadsheet you see above is organized and color-coded by each individual state. I have attached my data below for others to view and manipulate. First visualization is a network analysis using the platform Cytoscape, and it connects all English professors to their individual research and teaching interests. The red nodes in this network analysis represent the professors, the green nodes, the individual research and teaching interests, and the white lines are the connections from professors to various research and teaching interests. For example, the green node, which is rhetoric and composition, connects all of the professors who are interested in this subject. From this visualization, I hope that English professors at R1 doctoral universities can find the names of other professors who share the same research and teaching interests. This opens up possibilities and opportunities for collaborating for future research, sharing of teaching materials or pedagogical techniques, and connecting professors throughout the southern United States. Using Scalar's mapping tool, I constructed a map of the 33 R1 doctoral southern universities included in my dataset. Links are provided to English faculty directory pages where professors can seek each other out for collaborative efforts based on research interests listed in my dataset and the network analysis visualization. To visualize my data, I constructed 4 different visualizations analyzing race, gender, and location of highest degree earned of English professors at R1 doctoral universities. For this presentation, I will go over 3 of them. This is my first visualization that I constructed using raw graphs. This is an alluvial diagram of the 33 public R1 institutions grouped according to state, and the colors correspond to the color listed in the dataset. From this diagram, you can see that most professors are racially classified as white. This didn't surprise me, however, the gender equality among the professors did surprise me a bit. The diagram roughly shows an equal amount of female and male professors in addition to one non-binary identifying professor. After reviewing these first visualizations, I wanted to represent the diversity of professors in each state. Using Google Sheets and a pivot table, this new visualization defines each race with its percentage of the whole count of professors in each state, and it reveals that no R1 Southern University has more than 25% of a diverse array of employees. This diagram was created using the data visualization software Tableau, and it represents the top universities where English professors received their highest degree. When you click on the bubbles in the diagram, you can see a value which represents the number of professors in my dataset who attended this university for their highest earning degree. The red color scheme represents R1 doctoral universities, and the gray color scheme represents non-R1 doctoral universities. It is evident that all the universities in this diagram are R1 doctoral institutions. This data shows that many of the English professors who teach at R1 doctoral universities come from R1 doctoral programs themselves. It is my hope that this project has encouraged the desire to collaborate among English professors at R1 doctoral universities in the South and sparked awareness about the demographics and research interests of these professors. For more information and more in-depth analysis, I encourage you to view the hyperlink attached in this presentation. Thank you.
Take Me Anywhere is an abstract wall composition heavily inspired by the song of the same name, by the band Southern Shores, and by my visit to the Caribbean. The challenges and guidelines for this project involve creating an abstract wall composition using mostly discarded items, junk, and scrap materials. While working on this piece, I couldn't help but dwell upon the realization that the beauty I enjoyed in the Caribbean will one day change, and many life forms found there now may soon be gone entirely. Design and visual inspiration was drawn from the contemporary works of several artists, especially those of Richard Tuttle, Brian Ray, and Rachel Beach. Take Me Anywhere utilizes vibrant oceanic colors along with clean edges, cube-like forms, and straight lines. These features, often found in man-made objects, are used here as inverted representations of ocean features like coral, seaweed, and shorelines. Drawing influence from Rachel Beach's use of space, Take Me Anywhere features multiple planes, allowing some features to cast shadows and create a sense of depth and movement. Discarded wiring and electrical components from an old Sears record player make up the charismatic life forms and plants that call the Caribbean home. The work itself is as much a celebration of oceans and sea life found there as it is a lamentation of their eventual loss. Thank you.
The sun comes up right over that hill.
thinking about where we're going.
Don't you like it here?
Just not ready to settle down.
Shall I take you somewhere else?
You're gonna find it very easy to take me anywhere.
Brings back memories of home. Who I was. How I was.
Take Me Anywhere is an abstract wall composition heavily inspired by the song of the same name, by the band Southern Shores, and by my visit to the Caribbean. The challenges and guidelines for this project involve creating an abstract wall composition using mostly discarded items, junk, and scrap materials. While working on this piece, I couldn't help but dwell upon the realization that the beauty I enjoyed in the Caribbean will one day change, and many life forms found there now may soon be gone entirely. Design and visual inspiration was drawn from the contemporary works of several artists, especially those of Richard Tuttle, Brian Ray, and Rachel Beach. Take Me Anywhere utilizes vibrant oceanic colors along with clean edges, cube-like forms, and straight lines. These features, often found in man-made objects, are used here as inverted representations of ocean features like coral, seaweed, and shorelines. Drawing influence from Rachel Beach's use of space, Take Me Anywhere features multiple planes, allowing some features to cast shadows and create a sense of depth and movement. Discarded wiring and electrical components from an old Sears record player make up the charismatic life forms and plants that call the Caribbean home. The work itself is as much a celebration of oceans and sea life found there as it is a lamentation of their eventual loss. Thank you.
The sun comes up right over that hill. Do you like it?
Why, it's unbelievable. You can see for miles.
I'm thinking about where we're going.
Don't you like it here?
Just not ready to settle down.
Shall I take you somewhere else?
You're gonna find it very easy to take me anywhere.
Brings back memories of home. Who I was. How I was.
Hi, my name is Samantha Hostetler. I am a senior history student at Arkansas State University under the direction of Dr. Andrea Davis. I will be presenting my research project on the presidential inaugural addresses. I will begin with an overview of my poster as well as the introduction. The presidential inaugural addresses looks at a collection of 42 inaugural speeches given by the presidents of the United States, beginning with George Washington and ending with Donald Trump. Through the combined use of both text and education data sets that I have collected, some distinctions can be made about the level of writing and speech capabilities in presidents that have a college education versus others that do not. The intentions of my project are to accurately visualize the distinction in education levels of the presidents and the content and diction of their first inaugural address. Moving forward, I first began by collecting where each president graduated from, the level of degree received, and the title of the college degree they received into a single Excel spreadsheet, which you can view here. I then used Cytoscape as a network analysis tool in order to visualize shared college connections of the presidents. Blue represents the university name, while white represents the president name. Red over here represents no college degree held by presidents. From there, I used Tableau as a graphing software in order to visualize the varying and different degrees of the presidents. However, on this graph, you can see that there are more presidents with no degrees that are represented. Moving forward in my project, I used Voyant as a text analysis tool in order to analyze the content and diction of the presidential inaugural addresses. The speeches were collected from Dan Lu's data chest online, as well as the American Presidency Project, and converted into plain text files. I used the Voyant tool's documents and summary in order to create these visualizations. The first two are presidents without a college degree, and the second two are presidents with a college degree. When looking at presidents with a college degree versus those without college degrees, average words per sentence appear to be longer by 75% as opposed to 44% comparing each total average. Additionally, the word count per speech is longer among presidents without college degrees. The vocabulary density among the presidents also varies. More higher-level vocabulary is used among presidents that retain a college degree than those without. There are clear distinctions made between the average words per sentence, average words per document, as well as the vocabulary density in the speeches. In each area, presidents with a college degree have less words per sentence and document and a higher vocabulary density. These are areas that can be characterized by good writing and speech-giving skills, which are not present in presidents that have no college degree. In conclusion, the president's first inaugural addresses and the education levels of the president provides analysis of speech capabilities of presidents with a college degree and those without a college degree. An obvious assumption or argument could be made that the presidents with a college degree would fare better than those without, in which my project does attempt to convey. Some characterization can be made: better writing, such as shorter sentences, more concise writing, better structure, and extensive vocabulary use. In viewing the speeches separately, some sentences are extremely long. For example, President Zachary Taylor has very few periods that end statements in his speech. Other presidents with a college degree, like President Obama, have shorter sentence length, which can be attributed to more structure and concise writing for speech purposes. In comparing the speeches in two groups, college degree and no college degree, this provides a deeper look into the content and diction of speeches written and given by the presidents of the United States. I would like to end with a thank you for my mentor and professor, Dr. Andrea Davis, as well as my classmates in the Digital Humanities program. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joshua Pryor, and welcome to the Jonesboro Theater History Museum. The following are a collection of artifacts that have been researched this semester by fellow students, or historians if you will, and myself in the Theater History 2 class taught by my mentor, Professor Mark Williams. The first artifact we will be looking at is a costume designed by the Russian artist Leon Bakst, who is well known for his work with the Ballet Russe in France. This costume design dates back to the year 1910 and was designed for the ballet The Firebird, written by Igor Stravinsky. The ballet is based around the Russian folk tale of the Firebird, in which a prince must spare the Firebird's life in order to defeat an evil sorcerer and marry the princess. It sounds like a classic fairy tale to me. Bach began working with Sergei Diaghilev and the Ballet Russe in 1909, and his designs were quite famous as they were known for their bright colors and sensuality, which can very clearly be seen in this artifact. Bach spent a lot of time in Paris studying art and cubism around this period of time that appears to have made an influence in his design as well. Bach and Diaghilev worked together for many years until their differences caused them to cease their friendship and their work together in the year 1919. This next artifact dates back to the year 1859. It is an engraving done by Johann Leonhard Raab after a drawing by Arthur von Ramberg. It is entitled Wilhelm Tell, from Friedrich Schiller's play of the same title. Wilhelm Tell, or William Tell, is a Swiss folk hero who is famously known for shooting an apple off of his son's head with an arrow. This explains the bow and arrow in the picture. The story goes that the Swiss village fell under the reign of the Austrian tyrant Hermann Gessler. After failing to comply to the rules, Gessler made Tell shoot an apple off of his son's head at a distance. As we all know, William Tell achieved this task. When asked about the arrow he used, Tell replied that if the first arrow had pierced his son, the second would pierce Gessler's heart. Well, this was enough for Wilhelm Tell to be arrested and taken to prison. After his quick escape, Tell killed Gessler with an arrow to the chest. This play and this artifact were created during the 19th century when Romanticism was at its peak. This is a time when ideas such as individualism, emotions, and freedom were far more emphasized than before. Because of this, the story of Wilhelm Tell became an inspiring story of the time due to its revolutionary ideas of fighting and overcoming oppression. This image is entitled The Scene from the Theatrical Performance on the Occasion of the Nuptials of the Royal Prince of Poland, Prince Elector of Saxony. This image dates back to the early 18th century. It is believed to be an image of the wedding of Friedrich Augustus Jr. and Maria Josepha of Austria. This wedding was thrown by Friedrich's father, Augustus the Strong, at the Habsburg Court Theatre in Vienna. Friedrich Augustus was a fan of art and architecture and had established Saxony as a cultural center. The operas at these celebrations were often filled with allegories and metaphors that would hopefully alter the perception of the public about the prince. The architectural mastermind behind this particular piece is none other than Giuseppe Galli Bibbiena. Galli Bibbiena came from a family of painters, architects, and designers, so it's no surprise that he followed in their footsteps. In 1727, he became chief theatrical designer of the imperial court. In 1731, he built the Royal Theatre Mantua. Galli Bibbiena worked as the stage designer for this court until the year 1753. This concludes our short tour of the Jonesboro Theater History Museum. I'd like to take this time to thank my fellow classmates and historians, Amy Fawn and Carson Horton, for allowing me to use some of their research and writing for this project. I hope you learned something new today from this tour, and maybe have even been intrigued to go out and do more research of your own. Thank you for your time, and thanks again for visiting the Jonesboro Theater History Museum.
Well, it's a wrap. Thank you so much for joining us for Create It State 2020 Virtual Symposium for Student Research and Creativity. Thank you for joining us these past 3 days on ASU-TV and on the Create It State YouTube channel. And also don't forget that you can access the students' presentations and their videos on the YouTube channel after this event is over. I want to extend a very special thank you for key partners and departments on campus that truly made this happen. Without each and every one of them, this virtual symposium couldn't have taken place. And honestly, Create It State throughout the year couldn't take place without their support and their expertise and everyone coming together as a team. That's what's special about Arkansas State University, is that we are a team and we work together across departments and we make things happen to make them big. And first, I want to say thank you to Dr. Kelly Dampus, Dr. Alan Utter, and Dr. Thomas Risch
for the support for making this Creative State virtual symposium possible and be able to happen going forward. I want to send a very special thank you to Jessica Blackburn, which is my co-chair for the Creative State Symposium, and Erica Schutte, both of University Advancement. They engage with our communities both in and outside of Arkansas State University, and the judges that were invited and participated this year in our virtual symposium wouldn't be possible without Jessica and Erica. And we want to say a very special thank you to the judges, the stakeholders, the alumni, the industry, and foundations who participated this year and helped make it special for our students and provided such valuable feedback. Those are learning feedback opportunities, and Creative State wouldn't be the same without you. Also, a very special thank you to a real talented team. One, Galen Perkins and Autumn Scott from ASU-TV. Without them, you wouldn't have the beautiful ASU-TV stream that has been put together. They have real talent, and they put together a wonderful production that really took Creative State up a notch. Also, thank you to Jonathan Reeves, who I like to call the official voice of Creative State. You hear him on the Creative State podcast, Making Connections That Count. And by the way, if you're not a subscriber, you need to subscribe now on any of the podcast channels, iTunes, Google Play, Spotify. Join the thousands of subscribers and don't miss a weekly episode. We release every Thursday. And also, he and Galen both produce a wonderful Creative State podcast that is available each week on the Creative State YouTube channel. So join in so that you can hear our faculty and students talk about the wonderful research and creativity that they're involved in. You'll also hear from our public partners who come on to the podcast and the podcast and talk about what it is to work with the university and how our university and the communities connect and how we grow opportunities and grow our communities within our communities. Also, I can't leave without saying thank you to the very special and creative and talented marketing and creative media team, Mark Reeves, Todd Clark, Van Province, Tom Moore, and Bill Smith. Everything, every graphic that you've seen throughout Creative State, the program and the communications that go out, you wouldn't have any of it without this team that by far is one of the best in the nation. Also, I want to say a thank you to Summer DePro in assessment and the way that she has made it possible to really connect with faculty and students and making Creative State a year-long learning process. Last but not least, thank you to our communities and everyone that engages with the university. And we look forward to meeting with you each week through our podcast and vodcast, and for this next fall in our next virtual symposium, as well as our face-to-face symposium in spring 2021. So thank you, and wolves up.